I am going to try this without headphones and see how it works. Oh, damn it. Forgot my- So, I am going to show off my new kitty. This is Shadow. Say hi, Shadow. It's Shadow saying hi. This has to be the most cuddly kitty you've ever met. Say hi. Yeah, that poor cat. Well, there she goes. She purrs all the time. Shadow, come here. Mm, she's found something to play with. Tiny black cat. Her name is Catwoman. Yeah, she's tiny. Um, so I went on the Los Angeles Animal Services website, and they have this service where you can directly meet up with people, so it doesn't have to be um, Black Cat, Gentle Giant, Acquiring the Taste, 1971. I have no clue what you're saying, Father. Um, so this lady near me had her and her sister, and was giving them both up. Um, I didn't, although I did consider for one silly second taking both of them. Uh, I only took her, and sh- she's the least cat I've ever met. Um, like, yeah, she's very dog-ish. And yes, it is her moving the camera. Um, Less than 3 hours being here, she was like purring. It's a cool song about a black cat. I see. I will have to look it up one of these days. And again, people are watching on my channel as opposed to on Randos United. Switch over, people. Switch over. I think I think YouTube prefers the channels that have higher subscriber numbers. I think that's why Moses shows up even before. Yeah, she's tiny. Who joined? Timothy Burkhart.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. People who are listening, hopefully this is working so that I'm not using headphones, and I'm hoping that that this isn't echoing too badly. So yeah, hopefully.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. My pilgrimage was incredible, and yeah, my life keeps on getting weirder and weirder. Yay, no echo.
How so?
I couldn't even begin to explain. Yesterday, someone by weird chance ended up in Los Angeles, and so I couldn't even begin to explain, but like, for someone who 20 years ago, when I was assistant rabbi at a synagogue, if somebody had asked me about demons, I would have been like, if you don't bother them, they won't bother you. And I would have been skeptical about the person's sanity. And if I were to tell myself everything that's been going on for the past year or so, I would be skeptical of my sanity. Um, but like, yeah, I've been talking to lots of people about this stuff, and it's not just me being insane, although there is that. I'm sorry, Shadow, you can't play the microphone. Yeah, so like weird stuff.
Huh. I mean, I can relate in my own way to a certain degree, in my own way, but I have no idea how weird you're talking. So, but, huh. I Go ahead.
Father Eric says he can exercise my apartment this May if needed. You are more than welcome to exercise my apartment, but it's not me. It feels like in the past 3 weeks, I may have exercised 4 or more demons, and I'm not the type to do so.
Huh.
Yeah.
I wanted to hop on real quick because I've been pondering the things that primarily the issues you discussed with Father Stephen, also things you and I have talked about. And I went back and I started listening to a podcast by Father Thomas Hopko. It's on ancientfaithradio.com, and it's called the Names of Jesus podcast. And he basically, the premise of his podcast, he goes through all of the different titles of Jesus in the New Testament, and then just discusses each title, what it means, how it relates back to the Old Testament, how it's used in the New Testament, and how Christians have used it in history, et cetera, et cetera. And one of the things that I was surprised when I heard that was what Father Tom doesn't talk about it, doesn't use this term, but hopefully the wind isn't too bad in the microphone right now. Father Tom talks about basically the monarchical trinity. He doesn't use that term, but he does describe it in the same way that Father Stephen did. And so when Father Stephen was having a conversation with you, I didn't find it to be surprising at that time. I was surprised years ago when I listened to this podcast for the first time, being a Protestant, and then hearing hearing this stuff, but he basically says that if you don't qualify, if you're referring to God, you don't qualify it, then you're referring to God the Father. And then for Christians anyway, how they use the term, and then the Son is and when we don't say triune God. He says we don't say that, right. We say trihypostatic divinity. I think that comes from Saint Basil. And so anyway, these things have been rolling around, and I went back and I listened to this podcast, which is now almost 15 years old probably. And I'm like, yeah, this is where I got that. This is why I was not surprised that Father Stevens talks with you. It sounded like very much in line with what I heard. Although I think that maybe Father Stephen avoids, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he's avoiding certain words that would definitely be triggering.
What do you mean?
I mean, okay, when, like, for example, triune God,
Mm-hmm.
he doesn't use that word. But no, Orthodox Christians don't use that word anyway, either. But I'm just saying, like, had he used a word like that, probably would have triggered something for you.
I mean, look, what I was surprised about was when, during my Bible study, he seemed to be agreeing with me that when Christians refer to the hypostasis of the Father, even
Yes.
that is in the very same sense that in Judaism we refer to God's name as a sort of hypostasis. And that was the most surprising thing. Because like the ineffable essence, Paul Vanderklay's here. Paul says, Jacob's familiar. Yes, this is my new cat, Shadow. Yeah. Did you listen to the Bible study he dropped in on?
I don't think so. How can you help me find that?
Yeah, it's well, I actually clipped the part where he was in, and it's in the video section. It's the most recent video on my channel.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Yeah, I think it's funny. I think a lot of Protestants would find what he said there shocking, and on my
Can you break that down just a little bit for me? I didn't quite follow what that meant. I have a little bit better understanding of hypostasis now.
Okay.
But yes, go ahead.
A hypostasis is an instantiation of an ideal, right? So,
right, I get that.
When I talk about cup, right? This is a cup,
Mm-hmm.
but the idea of cup, right, is something. It's something that's more abstract than this instantiation. Correct?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now, your name is Timothy Burkhart. When I say Timothy Burkhart, it is a reference to you. But your name, to the degree that it is you, it is a pale shadow of you.
Yeah. Okay.
In a similar way, the names we give God, including God the Father, as Christians would refer to him, right? All of those are pale shadows of God himself, who is ineffable. And that's why the greatest name we can refer to God with is you, right? Because you captures God far better than any other name, while at the same time, it still fails to capture God.
Yes. Okay. And this would be, what do Protestants think about this?
Well, I I honestly don't know because this is predicated on the idea that like when you say God, um, my cat's name is Shadow of Death, and that's the Valley of the Shadow of Death. Her cat tree. Um, um, the um, the thing is like Protestants already. I mean, egalitarian Trinitarians already find the idea that when you say God, when you're only referring to God the Father. That's already a shocking thing. And then when you listen to what
Okay.
Father Stephen says about God the Father as a hypostasis, like you have to go listen to him because if I understand him um, correctly, his understanding is even more Jewish um, than I gave East, the Eastern Orthodox credit for.
Okay.
So when I talk about the Tetragrammaton, right, or
Yeah.
when I write God, I write G-D, right?
Uh-huh. Why did
How
you
is
write the Lord?
what?
The Lord.
Or
Isn't
I
that is
L dash RD. If it's
okay.
capital Lord, I write
Uh-huh.
L dash RD.
Gotcha.
Okay,
Okay.
so the question is, and it's a good question a lot of people sometimes ask me, why do you bother writing G-D when everybody knows you're referring to God by that? So how is that different from just writing God? Right?
Uh-huh.
Because God, I mean, is also just a reference. Like I don't believe that's the name of God. It's an English translation, right?
Uh-huh.
So G-D is also a sort of like, but that's the point. The Tetragrammaton is self-referentially ineffable. The
Yes.
ineffability of it is intrinsic to its nature as the name of God. And that's why G-D is preferable to God because it is self-referentially apophatic.
Yeah. Yeah. It's pointing to the fact that this name doesn't contain everything.
Exactly.
Doesn't even
Exactly.
start to. That
Right.
makes sense. And then
And
is it true that in the Hebrew scriptures that when the Tetragrammaton appears that I was a little confused about this. Father Tom Hopko was describing this. The way I understood it, I may misunderstand it. He says that when the Tetragrammaton appears, that the readers would read Lord, though in written it is a Tetragrammaton. Is
right.
that incorrect?
So we never pronounce the Tetragrammaton.
Uh huh.
And in fact, we believe intrinsically that it's impossible to pronounce the Tetragrammaton.
Uh huh.
Um, the Andrew is joining us as soon as
I think, and
next.
then uh, I think what he said is that the Tetragrammaton appears something like 3,000 times in the Old Testament,
Something like
and that instead of saying the Tetragrammaton, they would say Adonai. Did I understand that right?
that. About 90% of the time, yes. In some places, it's actually pronounced Elohim,
Uh huh.
and that has to do with what's going on around it. But um, paying attention to the various names and which name is where. If you haven't watched the discussion that Paul Vanderklay had with Yosef, um, for some reason Andrew's device isn't connecting. If you haven't watched, I would where they talk about God 1 and God 2 because
Hmm.
Paul um, quite. I mean, I think it was influenced by his knowledge of Christine Hayes. So, hey, Andrew.
Let's go.
Christine Hayes professor of Old Testament at Yale University has a very nice and good. Andrew, your mic's. I'm gonna mute you, or you can mute you as well. Cool. The She has her introduction to the Old Testament at Yale University course available on YouTube, and it's very good. And it talks about that. It talks about this idea of the Arenic versus agentic God, and how a major theme in the Hebrew Bible is that the Arenic and the agentic God are in fact the same God. This is a major theme. Like every time it says, "I am the Lord your God,"
Yes.
it is actually making a point there about the difference between the Lord and God, and how they converge in the Hebrew conception of the one God.
I got to drop here, Jacob. Thank you for that. One last thing I wanted to say before I go, though, is you guys have the Hebrew Bible study. We need to do a Greek Bible study. We should get James Kortidis or a native Greek speaker who really knows Greek really well. I could do it, but I only have like 2 semesters of Greek, and I'm not native. But some people who really know their Greek, and we should do the same thing you guys are doing.
You guys should, and the Randos United channel could definitely use it.
Yeah. All right. Hey, Andrew. See you later.
Yep,
Sorry, I
have a good one.
had to drop out.
No
All
worries.
right. Bye.
So, Andrew, what's up?
Nothing much. You only got 5 minutes of me, just so you know. I've got class in about 5 minutes, Chem Lab. I thought it was yesterday, but turns out it's not. And I've got a midterm at 6, so
Ooh,
yep.
sounds like fun.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Chem Lab actually is fun, no?
Yeah. It's a titration though, so we'll see if I get any good data.
Yep.
Yeah. Did you just come back from your trip?
I got back on Sunday. I forget what I did on Monday. Yesterday was Purim, and I picked up Shadow. And then somebody dropped in Los Angeles. And today I have lots of homework to do, but I'm obviously procrastinating. So this is Shadow.
Hello. Man. Oh, he's a cutie. She's a cutie. Are the dog and the cat getting along?
Happy actually didn't come back with me. Happy is staying with Arielev, who you probably don't know, but he lives in Eastern Washington, and Happy had a lot of fun in the snow with James's dogs and stuff, and I thought she would be happier for a little while there, and then that would give me an opportunity to get Shadow acclimated, and then after that, probably after the conference in May or maybe in June, I will go up and get her and bring her back. Hello, Samuel. We can't hear you, Samuel. Nope. And this kitten is like constantly purring. Constantly. She's 6 months old.
Crazy. She'll spoil you.
It's funny. She's like I expected a lot of the stuff online said when you get a cat, don't be late for your class. Nope, can't hear you, Sam. A lot of the stuff said that when you get a cat, you can expect them to hide for like a couple of days, and then eventually, like 2 hours into knowing me, she's like purring up a storm, demanding to be picked up and pet. So, yeah. I wonder how big she's gonna get. If I could choose, I would have a cat that was slightly bigger, but I mean, she's only 6 months old.
Sorry, we were both pushing the button at the same time. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
All right. Sorry about
And
that.
if you don't, Paul says should be renamed Just Catting.
Just kidding.
And if you don't start using your StreamYard account, or even if you do, Mo and I have been talking about either you, Sam, starting a new StreamYard account, because the way it's working right now, like my StreamYard account is maxed out at 15 seats, and I'm paying like $75 a month.
$75 a month. Huh.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for your generosity. I did not know that you were paying that much amount of money for this.
A few people did chip in, but StreamYard wanted another $4,000 a year for another admin seat. Yes, at six. When you ask for the 16th admin seat, they realize they have you by the
cojones, and they're not going to let you go. Yeah.
So what we could do is, if multiple people have accounts, they can, and Mo is like an administrator on Randos United. He can be on all 4 or 3 or 4 or however many accounts we make, and each one of those could have 15 seats. It's kind of complicated. Paul!
Hello.
I'm
back.
You're not focusing though. For some
I'm not
reason.
focusing.
Much
Fancy
better.
camera. Oh, Arbor. What have I missed?
It's focusing on your whatchamacallit. It's focusing on your microphone.
Yeah, that's true. Oh.
Now we can't see you at all. Where are you going, kitty? How do you like my kitty?
This is pretty focused. Although you're on mute or inaudible, Paul. So
Paul, say something.
traded one problem for another problem.
We hear nothing.
There.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Now we do.
Your loud, booming voice.
Getting back is so hard. I love the kitty.
I might
I
be
love
seeing
cats.
Lance tonight.
Ooh. Lance is coming up to Chicago?
He is going to Wisconsin to visit our friend Chad. And I am near to and on the way to that location. So I think that we might be getting not drinks tonight.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
How have you guys been? Had a good week?
Whew. I've been having a difficult time recently, and you know why, Paul. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I can talk about a little bit of that.
Does it have anything to do with the election?
No, not my school board election. That's fine. That's in about a month.
Oh, that problem. Yeah.
Yeah. I am getting recommended to voluntarily self-excommunicate.
Wow. F these people. I'm serious. I am so serious. Like, Excuse
You
me.
knew you'd get all the solidarity you ever wanted
wish.
from Jacob on this.
They
didn't you, Sam?
wish.
I know.
How dare they? Oh my God, these people.
Well, what
They should
happened is that
voluntarily self-excommunicate. That's what they should do.
the
Because
elder
they deserve
board.
it.
So the elder board, I won't use any names or locations, but the elder board at my church found out about my podcast. It turns out I had wondered how exactly they had found out. I was worried that I didn't know how they found out, but it turns out one of the elders himself, through maybe the YouTube algorithm or whatever, stumbled upon it. And to steelman their case is that they are scared of appearing to endorse my theological position. And therefore, I am being told I can no longer play piano in the worship band. And that they have an open table communion policy, right? Which means that technically they are not allowed to excommunicate people in the literal sense, because they can not say who they leave it to the individual person, right, to examine their own conscience and their own relationship with the Lord to determine if they are eligible for communion.
Why are you taking communion with idolaters anyway?
Yeah, I'm not sure how much of idolaters they really are, but
Obviously they're enough idolatrous that when someone says there's one God, they believe they have to kick them out of the church.
Well, so they're definitely not kicking me out of the church, which is within their power. And so they aren't doing that. But I don't know. It's a tough spot, and I don't know what exactly I should do. Thank you
Tell
for the
them to-
sympathies from the
tell them
audience,
to
Neutrino
go-
and others.
Stick it where the sun don't shine.
Yeah, so you see, Jacob, part of the goal of not getting excommunicated is to still be friends with the people after you have not been excommunicated, and telling them to stick it where the sun don't shine isn't congruent with that purpose.
Look, if somebody doesn't want to be your friend, you can't force them to be your friend.
Yeah, that's true.
And begging them, despite the fact that they're idolaters, to accept you. You could start your own church and it would be bigger than theirs in no time, I'm sure.
So that's not
all
entirely off the table. I have some options, right? And I'm trying to figure out what to do. One option is accept their mild censorship and keep going, which they have encouraged me that they would like me to keep going. But they mostly seem to desire that this would be a way to change my mind. Although it's sort of like, okay, so you've discovered that one of your congregants has a podcast with darn near 100 episodes talking to world experts on this topic, and your plan to change my mind is to not talk to me about this particular theological subject and have me listen to some more sermons.
Sounds like the Trinity to me.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Paul knows even more details than that. I don't know. So option one, just keep going and accept this mild form of censorship. Option two, push back, perhaps not telling them to stick it where the sun don't shine, but to do some sort of appeal process. I'm not entirely sure what that would look like, and see what comes of that. Or option three is leave and go to a different church.
Are they a Congregationalist church?
Kind of. They are completely independent. When I say non-denominational, they literally do not belong to a denomination.
Yeah. So appeal probably
Who would you
won't be
appeal
as
to?
effective. Exactly.
Right. And they don't really have clear or well-written bylaws or a constitution, which means that it's very much in the subjective judgment of the elder board, and it's the elder board that's already made this decision. So
Yeah.
appealing doesn't have some obvious thing. There's no obvious path like where I can. So what's you Dutch people have the thing of Borgemon or a what is it where you
A gravamen.
gravamen, yeah. So there's nothing obvious quite in that direction to do.
There's Richard. Yeah, Sam has already heard my approach, which unsurprisingly is sort of the opposite of Jacob's.
Well,
What's your approach, Paul? What's your
keep
approach
going.
to being told you're not welcome in church?
Well, they didn't say I'm not welcome, but
Yes,
they
they
did
did.
say.
Yes, they
well,
did.
I mean, I hear. Yeah, I think you're right. Both simultaneously welcome and not welcome.
One thing I have learned about Protestantism is it's all about saying one thing and doing another.
Well, what a witness we've been to Jacob. Oh, I don't know. It could have something to do with love your enemies.
So your church is filled with your enemies? Is that it? I don't understand.
Sometimes.
Love your enemies doesn't mean pretend that they're not your enemies. Actually, Doug
No,
Wilson,
it doesn't mean that.
Doug Wilson recently was on this Australian guy's podcast.
Yep.
And it was really good.
Oh, I'm sure you like
Was he on John Anderson?
Yeah, it was the
Yeah.
John Anderson interview. I saw half of it this vacation.
It was very good. It's funny. Like I so much wish I could have a serious conversation with Doug Wilson because he's so smart for somebody who's so ignorant.
I want to hear you tell him that.
No, I mean it's just absolutely hilarious. For example, he recently put out a video talking about Sunday Sabbath, and he said, "Yeah, the Jews collected money on Saturday, so the apostles the apostles collected money on Sunday," and I'm like, "Wow, this is how ignorant you are about Jewish Sabbath practice. You think that Jews handle money on the Sabbath?
Yeah, why would he think that?
Why does he think that? Because he thinks that Paul, when he was collecting money on Sunday, was collecting it on the Sabbath. And he assumes that Paul was a Jew and knew anything about Judaism.
So, yeah. I don't know, Sam, if any of this is helping you.
Well, I mean, so the other, yeah, I mean, it's just icky because part of it is that I had specifically started attending this church when I got more formally excommunicated from a previous church, and I had reached out to the pastor ahead of time and explained the story, and he invited me and welcomed me with sort of open arms, etc. There's been leadership changes, new pastor, elder board term limits, rotation, and stuff like that. So I feel like I'm living in Egypt with a pharaoh that doesn't remember Joseph, you know?
Yeah.
And that it's one of those things where I'd really been kind of trusting in the generosity of individuals, but the institution fundamentally is not, you know.
It's based on idolatry, and idolatry asserts itself.
And like previous elders have known about my podcast is like another thing. So it's like the elder board discovered my podcast. No, you didn't. You just this iteration did, you know? And so, but it's a complicated mess.
Well, and it's not just you, it's your family.
And it's my family. My wife's being told that she can't contribute or can't serve in the nursery because heaven forbid we indoctrinate some toddlers with
this is
non-Trinitarian.
Constantine. This is Nicaea. Let's have a Constantine Nicaea flannel board. Is that what they're doing in the nursery?
No.
It's not control. No.
So, I mean, in terms of going to other churches, there are biblical Unitarian-ish churches in the Chicago area, but they're far. And then there's often some differences too. And like the main candidate is a church that's much more charismatic than Like the church I grew up in was charismatic, but it was like Bible first, Bible teaching first, charismatic stuff second, and sort of charismatic stuff kind of neatly organized, right? It was relatively buttoned up charismaticism. And the other church that's related to the group that I, came from has kind of gone in the charismatic first, Bible second direction, it feels like. And that's it's a little uncomfortable, and it's way more uncomfortable for my wife, who does not have any of that background at all. And so,
How far is Moe's church?
Moe's church is actually not terribly far. On a Sunday without traffic, I could get there in about half an hour.
He has closed communion, and he's willing to give it to you.
Yeah,
So
that's true. It's crossed my mind. I don't mean to make things too personal for Paul, but but it's also still trusting. It's the same situation in a certain sense where I'm trusting the benevolence of an individual pastor's judgment against an institution that is sort of set up against that particular generosity. And that didn't work this past time.
Yeah, or stopped working, in all fairness.
Or it stopped working, yeah.
And that's the difficulty with individuals and institutions. If you've got an agreement with an institution, you've got a little bit more of a platform that should endure a little further than just the hegemony of a few individuals. So it's a structural question.
Yeah.
So.
And then my dad's itching to start a home church fellowship. So
that comes with its
there
own.
You go.
That comes with its own complications, if you've ever worked that.
Yeah.
I mean, house church is a, it's a very legitimate movement. There's some people in this channel that have worked the house church thing. Accidental church anarchist, Christian anarchist.
Yeah. So, I'm the real Christian anarchist.
That's right. That Nate Heil.
Not Nate Heil is the imposter. I am the accidental Christian anarchist. The way 2.0. CW. Well, first off, CW knows the situation that I'm in. He has roots in the same background.
Yeah. He has roots in the same background. I mean, he got himself excommunicated from an OPC church, so.
Yeah, but he has a way background too. I don't mean to be outing.
I didn't know that. Sorry, CW.
Yeah.
I hate to out you here on this mega platform.
Yeah, that's Paul. You just attract all of these former Way International people like bugs to a light in the night.
Oh boy. I was actually I'm reading a book on the Jesus People movement, which I'm really enjoying. And part of the problem with the way is that there are so many ways. And there was one that got involved with the Southern California. No, it was the Northern California Jesus People too. Very interesting story. Hope to make some videos on it. But navigating church life is not easy, and that's a story that's far larger than Sam's, of course.
Even when I just earnestly want nothing more than a church that I can be a part of and attend with my family in complete good faith.
Yeah, it's
like, why in the world is this so hard? And I live in a giant 10 million person metropolitan area, and it's still difficult.
Yeah.
One option that I've thought about is joining the Nestorian church. If I were to become Orthodox, just to annoy everyone, the Nestorian church actually still exists, and there's a lot of Assyrian immigrants from Syria and Iraq in northern Chicagoland, and so there are actually a relatively large number of Nestorian churches. They don't do icons, which is interesting. And they still have a very human understanding of how Jesus's humanity and divinity relate to each other.
What kind of songs would you have to play on the piano in that church?
Well, the problem is that their services are in Aramaic, and I do not speak that language.
Well, you could learn.
But Jacob kind of does.
I'll help you. But so Andrew,
Aramaic lessons next.
Hey, I want Sam to learn Aramaic. but Andrew, when he joined Eastern Orthodoxy, he ended up in the Ethiopian church because he is Miaphysite or something, like one of these Trinitarian things, and he decided, yeah, I have to go that way. And it's like, really, in Los Angeles, all you could find was an Ethiopian Orthodox church to go to join?
People are very particular about their churches, Jacob.
About their trinities.
There's many aspects that go into this. Trust me, because you want to fit. You want to fit, and there's a lot of fit just besides sort of doctrinal alignment. And so it's, especially when you're thinking about a family, because you've not only got, let's say if you're the husband, you've got your what you're looking for, then your wife, her theology might not perfectly align with yours. And you've got agreements usually negotiated between the wife in terms of what kind of program for the children and catechesis. It's a complex thing.
Mhm.
Just is.
How does your wife feel about your father's home church? Sam?
Oh, wait a minute. What? Sorry. Oh, how does my? Sorry, I thought that was a question to Paul. How does my wife feel about the home church? Well,
my father is dead and never did home church, so.
My dad wants to have a Passover service as our first thing, and so it might actually end up being more like a Bible study, a midweek Bible study home fellowship thing that is not necessarily competing with that. And so another, one can mix and match and combine some of these ingredients, right?
Messianic I could go Noahidism.
To Messianic Noahidism. I could join the board of a Messianic Noahide Foundation. Some people want me to do that.
Hasidic Christianity is on its way, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
But mostly attend the pretty charismatic Way International offshoot in Southern Chicagoland. Go to still send my kids to like Awana at this church that both does and does not want me, and there's also so it could, and then do the midweek Bible study thing with my dad. Anyway.
I want to see Jacob by the stage swaying and crying. That's what I want to see.
I think Jacob's form of Hasidic rabbi, the Rebbe, it gets kind of flirtatious with charismatic stuff. It wasn't uncharismatic.
Have you been listening to me talk about the Yanuka?
No, tell me about the Yanuka.
Okay, so I found out about this guy because Christians were like, hey, people are saying this is the Antichrist. I'm like, okay. And
where is he? Let me follow him.
But
he sounds like a good guy.
I looked and I'm like, hey, he might just be. He's absolutely, I mean, it's astounding. He's only 34 years old. And like not all, but lots of very prominent rabbis, twice and three times his age, are like going to his lectures. And I've been listening to some of his lectures, and it's just mind-blowing. And like, so clapping for rabbis is not a thing. It doesn't happen. I was watching one of his videos. The crowd burst into spontaneous applause.
Like for Trump? Well, Jacob, can you up the resolution a little bit? Like, where is he on the map?
So
and how do you go ahead, Jacob?
He definitely comes from the ultra-Orthodox wing. He plays the keyboard at his lectures, which is like okay. He quotes Hasidic teachings, which isn't part of his own thing, but like the thing is, he's called, so the word Yanuka means child prodigy, and apparently at around age 14 he started like absolutely bowling people over with his incredible knowledge of libraries worth of Torah.
Like
And
Jesus in the temple.
and like ever since, for the past 20 years, his fame has just been growing. And like I was listening to him and I'm like, it's like a
What language does he work in?
Hebrew.
Oh, well,
Well,
they think
so-
you have a limit there.
Well, no. The thing is, like, people have asked me, and his speeches, they're subtitled in English. You can try following the subtitles in English. You wouldn't understand a word.
Well, there we go.
How do the people show the respects for someone like this, right? Like, do people bring
kiss
their
his
petition?
hand all the time.
People kiss his hand all the time.
Yeah.
Do people bring their prayer requests to him?
Yes. Ask for
Do
blessings.
people bow to him? I mean, that's kind of similar to kissing the hand.
Kissing the
Like the-
hand is about as much bowing as anybody's going to do.
Yeah, but it's still, I mean, proskuneo, the word often translated as worship in the New Testament, literally means to kiss towards somebody. So, yeah.
Yeah, he's. I mean, I did not think. Honestly, like oftentimes I think of like the Rebbe died in 1994 before I ever had a chance to see him. But like part of my excitement going to Jerusalem next year is I want to go to one of his speeches because like this is he's the. So Rabbi Ovadia Yosef was a similar type of genius, but he wasn't known for being a similar type of guy. Like this guy is just he's just different.
And it's interesting. So it's kind of sounds similar to like a revival, is sort of what you're saying. Although the Asbury revival was leaderless and not centered around a person, right? The one that we've been talking about recently. But it's not uncommon in charismatic Christianity for someone to rise up both either one or the other or both of these things as a really good teacher or something of a miracle worker, and then to sort of attract more and more attention to themselves in that sort of way. Do people who go to this rabbi's services ever like fall down or faint or have any of those sort of like ecstatic spiritual?
I mean, people sometimes faint, but that's just from excitement.
Yeah, but
and,
like,
and I have to say, Paul, most of the videos on YouTube about him are Christians losing their mind because they think he's most of them are Christians losing their mind because they think he's the Antichrist or hope he's the Antichrist. Some of the people, some of them are like, okay, calm down, people. Like, nobody's actually worshiping this guy.
Well, American Christians often don't understand a worship veneration distinction, right? So kissing people's hands is,
obviously, yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, it's because in American culture we have almost no acts of reverence towards people.
Yeah.
Right? Like we even bowing or curtsying to the Queen of England, right? Meghan Markle, like, oh, we had to give this curtsy to your mom, right? And it's like, how old is the tradition of giving a gesture of respect to a monarch, right? But like to an American, we have nothing like that. Like the closest thing we have is like saying "Your Honor" to a judge in a courtroom. Right. And we have almost no actions of respect. And so therefore, when we see actions of respect, the only category we have is worship. Right. And so we put it in the category of idolatrous action. Right. When lots of cultures throughout history have had an intermediate category of action that you give to important people as a sign of respect and submission.
Right.
But the amazing thing about this guy is he's only 34.
I'm 34.
He's
what
only
have I done with my life? See,
Yeah.
like if you watch the videos, there are rabbis with long white beards sitting there in the audience. And yeah, it's not just the fact that they grew the long beards. Like these are like his speeches are being attended by the head of the Mir Yeshiva, the largest Torah seminary in Jerusalem, came to one of his speeches. Like a 34-year-old giving a speech in
And
front
this is where I sort of wonder, Jacob, about your periodic criticism of Protestantism, because it does seem like the sort of Judaism that you have the most sympathy for and the most association with does allow leaders to sort of bubble up from the bottom and has a lot of bottom-up structure as opposed to top-down
Jewish hierarchy is 100%. That's the Jewish hierarchy is basically 100% based. Like the famous saying is Hasidim vote with their feet.
Right,
When the
and
Rebbe
that's a
took
very
over-
Protestant sort of thing to do too.
When the Rebbe took over for his predecessor, he used to answer the door himself. If people came to 770 and knocked on the door, the Rebbe would answer himself. When the Rebbe had his stroke, he would stand about 12 hours a day for people. People would stand in line to just walk past, and he would hand people dollars to give to charity, and people would like just be rushed past him. So he would like talk to them for 30
Where did he
seconds.
get his dollars from?
Oh, people sent
So people give him dollars, and then he distribute. You know.
He distributed them for people to give to charity, and what people would do is actually substitute the dollar he gave, and they would keep that dollar. Like people would frame it. A friend of
Like a
mine,
relic.
Yeah,
Yeah, like
he
a
has.
relic, yeah.
My friend has his mom took him to New York to Dollars by the Rebbe, and he has it. And he's not from a very religious family. It's still framed in his mother's living room.
Now, did he claim to be the Messiah, or did people just think he was?
The Rebbe's answer anytime someone said he was the Messiah would be to tell them to shush.
Okay,
Sounds familiar.
I'm sure.
That's what
That's what a polite person is supposed to do. It's neither a
beyond
yes nor a no.
polite. It's like this.
Or a,
It doesn't matter. Like if people think he is the Messiah, which I still know people who think the Rebbe is the Messiah, and frankly, this Yanuka guy, I would be perfectly fine if he was the Messiah. I think he's a suitable candidate.
So what would things look like? This is an old conversation between me and Jacob here. What would things look like if he is the Messiah? What would happen? What's the roadmap like, Jacob?
The temple would miraculously appear.
Then when you say miraculously, you mean not
I mean,
built
it'd
with
be
human
built by
hands?
human
Yes.
Yeah.
Temple not built by human hands. That's part of my whole thing against the Zionists and their attempts to build the temple. There are people with evangelical funding, I must say, who are CW. I am the source of Gavin's messianic aspirations. I told him that everyone should aspire to be the Messiah, and they should.
Can you aspire to bring that temple out of the sky?
Yes, if you understand why, mipnei chatatenu galinu mi'artzenu, because of our sin, we were exiled from our land, and you aspire to bring that temple out of the sky by preaching repentance and God's kingdom come.
So if enough repentance and God's kingdom comes, then the temple comes from the sky. So that's the means by which the fulfillment will happen.
Repentance.
When the promised people in the promised land, or even any place in the world, are are pure enough and good enough and dedicated enough.
Uva letzion goel l'shaveh pesha b'Yaakov, and shall come to Zion a redeemer to those who repent of sin in Jacob, which Paul famously misquotes and misinterprets.
So, in other words, as long as there isn't a Messiah, that means that the people have not sufficiently dedicated themselves or committed themselves to holiness. Where do religious observances fall in this?
It's part and parcel.
Okay, so so dietary regulations, Sabbath observance,
sexual morality,
all
not
of
murdering
these things.
people, not throwing people out because they won't out of your church because they won't bow to an idol.
Wait.
It sounds similar to post-millennialism, really.
So this is Gentiles too, not just in terms of God's got a barometer in the office, and when when the holiness quotient gets high enough, then God's like, all right, let it fall. That's when Jews and Gentiles?
Yeah, of course. When Gentiles miraculously seem to come to Jews and be like, hey, I have heard God is with you. I want to go with you, which amazingly has been happening in my life. Like, I'm taking people to synagogue. I go to synagogue because I'm taking Gentiles there. Not like...
And it's not your bar mitzvah.
Like...
Because I had to go to synagogue or temple a couple times when I was 12 or 13 when my friends were going through their bar mitzvah. But, there was a fun party afterwards that made it.
I am going to synagogue because Gentiles are like, hey, let's go to synagogue.
But Jacob, have you talked with any other Jews who are having a similar experience?
Rabbi Skobach talks about this a lot. I've told this story a billion times about the monk, the cloistered monk, but Paul hasn't heard it, so I'm going to tell it to him. So Rabbi Skobach, did you hear this one already?
No.
Oh, okay. So Rabbi Skobach is a rabbi from. There's an organization called Jews for Judaism, which is a counter missionary group for Jews for Jesus. And he lives in Toronto, and he got a call from a cloistered monk in a monastery in Toronto, who said he wanted him to come to the monastery. And Rabbi Skobach's like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, please, Rabbi, you have to come to the monastery." So Rabbi Skobach finds himself in the cell of a cloistered monk on a monastery. And the monk tells him, I want to convert to Judaism. And Rabbi Skobach's like, what? Why? And he said, well, part of our discipline here at the monastery is we say the entire book of Psalms every day. And Psalm 119, the longest chapter, is 176 verses, eightfold acrostic. There are 22 letters in the Hebrew alphabet, so 176 verses talking about how great God's law is. And not one of them says it's there to teach you that you're wicked and God hates you, Martin Luther. I don't think the monk said that, but he said...
What kind of a monk was this? Roman Catholic?
I'm not sure if he was a Roman Catholic or Eastern Orthodox. I don't know. The story, Rabbi Skobach has told it several times.
Do you have any footnotes?
He said it was a monastery near his house. So I actually went and I actually checked, and there are Eastern Orthodox monasteries as well as Catholic monasteries near his house. So
did he do it? Did he leave the monastery and join the synagogue?
Yeah, apparently he's an Orthodox Jew now. And Rabbi Skobach says he receives emails every day from Gentiles saying, like quoting Zechariah and saying, Rabbi, I just want to hold on to your tzitzit. I just want to the corner of your garment. And he says he receives emails like that on a daily basis. The Orthodox Jewish community is learning to deal with and has no idea what to do with all these Gentiles coming out of the woodwork. So many of them wanting to convert, which already is a thing, but also so many of them simply being like, I want to be a Noahide. I just want to be a Ben Noah. And because they have the messianic Christian and Hebrew roots movement have taught them enough about Judaism that they know more about Judaism than many of the Jews that they try talking to. My interview with Lee Baker, if you haven't seen my conversation with Lee Baker, I highly recommend it.
Is that on Navigating Patterns or this channel?
This channel,
Okay.
my channel, not
Okay.
the Randos United, my channel. Yeah. No, but so he was a Mormon bishop, and he became an evangelical, anti-Mormon missionary. And now he's a Noahide. About 2 years ago, he became a Noahide. And he came on my channel, and like the whole time I was trying to cool his anti-Christian fervor. Because
Zeal of the convert.
well, it's beyond that. I mean, I've spoken to rabbis.
It's a little bit
about
like
this.
trying to cool the anti-Protestant fervor of a person who just became Orthodox.
Yeah,
you know-
no anti-Protestant.
Not
No,
at
but
Biola. You get in trouble with that anti-Protestant stuff there.
it's a serious problem that the Noahide movement is mostly former Christians, and they tend to be very bitter, and it's a serious problem.
So, I mean, your eschatology, Jacob, sounds kind of similar to postmillennialism, which is the idea that we need to make the earth pure enough, or some place on it pure enough for Jesus to come back. Which Doug Wilson, interestingly, is probably one of the most well-known proponents left of that kind of eschatology. But it was very prominent in Puritanism.
Yep.
And it was
My
sort of
eschatology is straight out of here.
everyone thinks their eschatology is straight out of something.
I'm sorry, but every time I hear Christians discussing eschatology, I don't hear many verses. Certainly not verses out of the Old Testament.
I
You
can
haven't
point
been
you
around
to
enough
a-
dispensationalists.
Yeah, you need.
Dispensationalists, yes.
True.
Dispensationalists, but dispensationalists are precisely the people who end up becoming Noahides.
Have you seen
Ah,
those charts that they have? Those
Yeah.
charts are great.
Dispensationalism does have a difficulty of why one would prefer to be a Christian rather than a Noahide.
that makes
It
sense.
it doesn't have a great answer to that question.
And it also doesn't have a great answer to why do you worship Paul instead of Jesus?
Since when do we worship Paul, Jacob?
Jacob,
Dispensationalists?
it's just veneration, Jacob. You know, we're just kissing Paul's ring is different than worshiping him.
Oh my! Why do I jump into these things? You know, I got some of my admin work done, and it's like my reward for getting admin work done is to jump into a just chatting stream, and you know,
Where we're
connect with
all
some of
facing
my
our
friends.
same problems. Jacob is still worried about the Noahide movement. Richard is still figuring out how to fit in at Biola. I keep getting kicked out of churches. You know, the writer of this season has gotten less creative.
I simply don't understand why you are trying to gain the favor. It's like you're the quarterback of the high school football team, and you want to date the mean girls, and it's like, stop dating the mean girls.
Yeah,
Why
but
are you
the
dating
problem
the
is that the Trinitarian churches are a lot closer to my house. They have a lot more established children's ministries. they're more likely to be around next generation or for a few generations and stuff like that. You know, there's a lot of pragmatic trade-offs that go into thinking about these things. And you know, for a while, often it works fine until it doesn't. And but I'm sick of I you know, fooled me once, fooled me twice, fooled me 3 times, right? How many times do I need to figure out that this probably just isn't going to work?
Yeah,
But
well,
it's
I
not for
mean,
my lack of trying.
Yeah, foxes have what is it? Foxes have dens
holes.
and have holes.
Birds have nests. But the Sam of Man has no place to lay his Bible.
But the non-Trinitarians have no place to, yeah. Oh man.
So there's your encouragement for this.
Well, I'm sorry for you, Sam.
I appreciate that, Paul.
Me too.
See, if everyone would just move to Sacramento, gosh, what a mess we'd have, huh?
Well, Paul, speaking of, I'm going to be up there on the 26th
Of March.
of March of this month, yeah. And I'm meeting Colton Kirby there, actually. And we're going to attend, and I was wondering if you'd be able to catch one. No problem. If not,
I'm not hearing you real well. Your sound is low. You're going to be on the 26th
yeah.
of March, and I will be here.
Okay. And just wanted to check if you could grab lunch. If you're
Lunch. I will check with my wife because Sunday afternoon has kind of become family time. But
able. Okay.
just you alone, or you and some other peeps?
Me and Colton Kirby.
Okay.
Just us two.
Oh,
All right.
Colton's gonna be in town.
Yeah, he's going to a wedding in Oregon. So he's
I have not had any contact with Colton in a very long time.
There
Yeah,
might be some.
He's been just doing life. He's been really out of this corner. So he's just working, being an adult. So just have a lot of time for this little corner. So
Anybody who wants to join can join. So Charlie, you are more than welcome. Even though I did tell Charlie I would much rather he spend his time finding a girlfriend than spend his time watching my channel.
Yeah, those two things will not lead in the same direction.
Yeah. Most likely not.
Although we have had, the Discord had a pretty good record. Who knows how many women out there are watching the Just Chatting channel, hoping that one of these men will be available and interested. And
As I've heard said before, the odds are good for a woman, but the goods are odd.
odds are good, but the goods are odd.
Which
Yeah,
is
hilarious.
Which
That is
goods?
hilarious.
I guess both goods. Oh my goodness, that's great.
That's good, but the goods are.
Oh, that's great.
Oh yes, but odd men can make really good husbands. They really can.
Yeah.
Nerds make good husbands. Now here's Charlie.
Really?
You are muted, Charlie.
Yes, I am. Hello.
Hey, Charlie.
Yo.
Hey Charlie, are you actually a student at Ohio State, or is that just the sweatshirt?
Ohio.
Oh, Iowa. Sorry, I'm dyslexic, which means I can't
Yeah,
read
yeah.
very well.
I actually did not notice the discrepancy in you.
So how are the girls at the Catholic Center, Charlie?
They're fine.
The odds are good, but the goods are odd.
Especially those Catholic girls.
Here's a little story I can tell. So
Yeah.
on my vacation, I took some time and went and had lunch with Cale Zeldin at the
Okay.
school where he teaches, which is a Benedictine, an English Benedictine Abbey
Okay.
on Rhode Island. Beautiful piece of property. Oh my goodness. Beautiful, very, very interesting. So I had a wonderful lunch with Kale, and no, we had a great time talking. So that was a highlight of my trip back east. So it's this little corner is an interesting place. I haven't yet finished watching the Vendonk Grim Grizz Fringe Encounter.
Oh,
with
that
these-
happened. I didn't.
Way too much talking about Grim being in a jock strap.
Ooh, I haven't got
What?
to that part yet.
Oh no.
They spent
Yeah.
a very long time. I wish I could show
I
you
don't want to.
how cute this is. The kitten fell asleep in my arm.
Oh,
It's adorable.
This is incredibly cute.
kittens are incredibly adorable. They are. Otherwise we would not tolerate them.
What did you talk to Kale Zeldin about, Paul?
Oh, Catholicism, Protestantism, the state of the Roman Catholic Church, this little corner, Jordan Peterson, a lot of Roman Catholic stuff. What was I watching this morning? I was rewatching some of a conversation I had 3 years ago with a young man who talked about the founding of New Haven, Connecticut. That sort of follows the
post millennialism. They were
Yeah.
bringing down the temple.
They were. And part of what's interesting is that the Catholics and the Orthodox and the Jews and just about every other people in the world created civilizations around a religious core. Of course, the United States did it around Protestantism, which was a very interesting experiment because it didn't have, you already had a pluralism within that that now is, of course, sort of trying to get sorted out, and that makes the conversations with the with traditional religions much more interesting. So I'm continuing to think about that. And of course, what happened with Protestants is that they sort of kept moving out into virgin land to try to build their new Jerusalem and instantiate their vision, their eschatological vision. So, which obviously is something that Joseph's messianic vision, also includes. And even the necessity to, one way or another, encourage or even harder that conformity to the ideal, let's say, in order to bring about the kingdom of heaven. So the Roman Catholics, with everything that they've suffered, I mean, the Catholics are seriously bifurcated right now between, obviously, the vision that held with John Paul II and Benedict versus Francis, and a lot of the it's been pointed out that a lot of the trads are sounding a lot like early Martin Luther before he was basically kicked out. So it's really hard not to be a performative Protestant.
Right.
Public service announcement. There are about 19 people watching this on my channel and 6 people watching it on Randos United. Everybody should go over to Randos United and subscribe there. The discussion should move over to Randos United because that's the channel where things are going to be moving, other than stuff that's my channel. So like the Randos United channel is going to be the new channel for Just Chatting, which will have all kinds of people on it, and I am putting a link in the chat. And my channel is going to go back to being my channel, hopefully within the next few weeks. So, yeah, like and subscribe, smash that bell, all that good stuff. So this is the new Randos United channel, not the old Randos United channel, and that's because of technical reasons.
Oh, I was unaware of this transformation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Many people are.
Or not.
Well, the real way to do this is for you. Well, I guess you're trying to move over the audience, so that's
Yeah. Yeah. The stream doesn't always pop up on Randos United. Yeah.
So that's
I
the
think-
thing. The channel with the most subscribers seems to be
Yeah.
the one that pops up. And my channel right now has the most subscribers.
Yeah.
But I mean, eventually, once Nate Heil stops being the Amalekite on the road, I
don't get
suspect
that reference.
the Randos United channel is going to be much bigger than mine.
Hopefully, that'd be good.
The funny thing is, and I have to say, like, the part of the reason I was like, I can't lead this. We have to have a foundation that leads it. That has, is because I wanted people like Nate Heil, who don't necessarily like me, to be able to participate. And like, of course, being the anarchist he is, he's even more opposed to having a neutral foundation be a kind of neutral ground than each of us having our individual channels. But
and that is the American way.
no, it's the Protestant way, and he claims
Which
he's Catholic.
the American way is a Protestant way.
But he claims he's Catholic.
I think he claims he's Anglican, right?
He goes to an
Doesn't he go
Anglican church.
High Anglican.
Oh, I thought he was Catholic. Sorry.
Small C Catholic.
Yeah. Right.
So, well, I have treated myself to this, and I should get off of this, and I should go over to the new Randos United channel, and maybe I will continue to see the what becomes of this. You can ask Bethel about the discontents of migrating an established audience. That's right. When Bethel was doing her Esther O'Reilly, I thought, yeah, it's really hard to manage a pseudonym in this day and age.
I think one silver lining of my current situation is that my reasons for having a pseudonym are getting shorter, and so I think I might be almost on the verge of de-pseudonyming.
You should. And honestly, that was my misgiving about you being on the board of the foundation is we can't have anonymous people on the board of directors.
Well, now your name is public. Wait, I can find it now.
It's relatively easy to find, and it mostly has been for most of the time. It's just, well, what was funny is that there was one. So, like, if you search for my first and real last name, and I have a relatively unique last name, which makes it easy to find stuff about me on the internet. If I was Sam Smith or Sam Johnson, it would be a lot trickier, right?
Try Jacob Federecci.
Yeah.
Or Paul Vanderclay.
Or Paul Vanderclay, right? There are pros and cons to unique last names. But what happened is that one of the elders searched for my name on the internet, and that's actually what led him to my channel. And there was one connection out there, if you searched it, that led from my real last name to my YouTube channel.
And that was enough.
And that was enough, right?
Tezzy's here. You can't go anymore, Paul.
I know. I'm really tempted to stay now because this Jewish thing really fascinates me. I saw some of Jordan's conversation with, I can't say the dude's name.
Yeah.
Majid.
Nawaz.
Majid Nawaz.
Yeah. That was a terrible conversation. The guy was worse than Peterson in terms of talking too much.
I have not seen it. I guess I couldn't.
But he got all bent out of shape because Peterson talked to Netanyahu, and Netanyahu didn't talk as Peterson shouldn't, and so. But I am deeply fascinated by Chezi's perspective on all of this.
Netanyahu dressing up like a drag queen in Judaism and pretending he actually cares about Judaism.
Why doesn't Jacob have more followers? The way he talks,
It'll happen.
I'm telling you, I can't stand these people who wear Judaism like a drag queen wears femininity.
Yeah.
Wow.
Paul, welcome back. I hope you had a great vacation.
I did. It was lovely. I think my mother just really enjoyed. I did almost nothing. My mother needed a new computer, and so I set that up for her. And she and I and my sister, we just had a lot of time together, just quietly being in the same room, talking or reading or what have you. And it was lovely. It was
amazing.
Yeah. So.
What's happening in Israel right now is very frightening. Of course, I have my own political leanings, but it is really, it's more than just like a conversation about the judicial reform, and more about the focus on Israel, whether it's Jewish or democratic / Zionistic, and Zionistic from like a secular perspective, which Jacob understandably has a very hard time with. But you're seeing like a big division in the people, and it's very, very difficult to see, because again, it to me at least, it makes the Bible alive again. And I maintain an optimist, but in times like this, it's very it's very difficult to see. To be honest, I also feel I'm in this little corner. I feel very confident and comfortable to toot my Jewish horn. But when I look internally right now at my people, it's like a lot of cleaning up to do, so to speak, with how people are interacting over here. With regards to Bibi Netanyahu, which I have many issues with him being he's all. I mean, his new biography is basically it's Moses, Ben Gurion, and like Bibi. He is like the leader of everything. He's a pathological liar, and he's a narcissist. Having said that, he is, if I'm taking a step back again, looking from a biblical eye, he is a king of Israel. With regards to how his escapades in the land of Israel, how long he's been ruling. By the way, I'm not saying that this is a king. There's been many failed kings in Israel, and I don't think he's not an anointed king. I don't think it's a divine king. My point being that he is an epic figure, and on the global stage. So not Jordan Peterson not speaking to him. It's just, that's not a serious talking point from Nawaz. Yes, obviously we should always be speaking with love and understanding and kindness, but the things he's asking for happen in this little corner. So yeah, but it's very, very upsetting, because like you could see it's not really like a meaning crisis, but I mean it is in a sense, because it has to do with how we identify ourselves, and in this country right now, again, there is a tremendous amount of pressure on religious components, like these laws that brought down the government last time about whether or not we should be bringing in bread into
hospitals on the
Passover, and it very quickly becomes surreal. And I guess I don't know, in a certain beautiful sense, it becomes also in some sense it's also beautiful, because it's after thousands of years, these conversations are still percolating, and specifically for the Jewish people, these are the traditions that are still trying to find their way within this new world. So it becomes very live.
Speaking of which, Mo says he's waiting on you, Fezzi, to get the foundation going.
Just on me.
Basically, yes. Because I told him it's very important that you be on board.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. All right. So I have a scheduled conversation with him for very soon. So we'll discuss. But Jacob, we don't have to talk about this right now, but I overheard in this little conversation right now about Grail Country and Nate. I saw you also left a video like a week ago about.
Did you actually listen to the video or not?
I listened to your video about calling him an Amalekite.
I said he was possessed by the spirit of Amalek. Asher Kor Chabadera. And if you read the Twitter thread, it was very much Asher Kor Chabadera.
So I just want to make sure I understand correctly. So you're not saying, because I don't think you were saying, I hope, that
I was not saying that he is an Amalekite.
Thank you so much for clearing that up, because I see Nate as someone clearly that's trying to march alongside us and is beautiful.
I don't know about trying to march alongside us. I'm trying to take politics out of religion, and he's trying to insert his anarchism into religion. I very much think he is wrong, but just because he's wrong doesn't mean that he's not a human being.
I understand, but you felt that him coming out against this foundation is equivalent to the Amalekites, and you feel now is time to raise our hands up to the heavens and to make sure that we all follow suit.
Do I have to pull up the actual Twitter thread? I said, the whole reason he commented on the thread was because he thinks I am unwittingly going to destroy all good things. And it's like, excuse me, you're the person who believes in learned ignorance. How dare you tell me what I am unwitting of, you ignorant fool? And he's the one who believes he's ignorant. I agree with him. He is ignorant.
I'm just happy that he's back. That he's back within the group and not seen as an Amalekite. So thank you for clarifying that. I think that was.
I didn't say he's no longer possessed by the spirit of Amalek. That's up to him if he wants to be possessed by the spirit of Amalek. That's not
Sam, you mentioned, and maybe you were it was in jest, but that this season's writer, was ran out of new ideas. But did you have another incident recently with another church?
Yeah,
man.
I'm getting slowly pushed out of my current church over the same
That's
topic.
So frustrating.
It is frustrating, especially since I moved to this church specifically because I got pushed out of a different church on the deal that I could play piano and attend, and it wouldn't be a problem. But the analogy I gave is there's a new Pharaoh who doesn't remember Jacob because there's a new pastor, new elder board leaders, or Joseph, right? Sorry. Yeah. New Pharaoh doesn't remember Joseph. And so it's one of those things where the institution has the rules. And if I rely upon the goodwill of individuals in that institution for my belonging, that's fundamentally unstable if the institution is set against it. So that's sort of what's happening.
So what is, obviously at any point you could say this is none of our business, but what does that mean now? Like, does that mean like you have to start finding a new location, or?
It might mean that I either, the options I gave, I can keep attending and just be much more restricted in what I can do.
Sam, let me just explain. They told him his wife can no longer volunteer at the nursery.
That is correct. Yes. Yeah. And I can't play the piano.
This is Trinitarianism for you.
Yeah. So,
But
or I could push back on leadership, but it's unclear and limited what that would look like because it's a very elder-run church, and it's the elders who made this decision. So at the end of the day, I can't appeal past the body that already made the decision, right?
Yep.
So,
during, like, let's say now dealing with this again, taking into consideration the conversations you've been having on your channel in the last, let's say, year, do you feel in any way that what you've learned, digging deeper, looking wider, that allows you to sort of feel more validated in your decision, or do you feel better equipped to sort of deal with let's say the ignorance? Because I feel like Paul mentioned that when you were talking to him also in jest that now I'm talking to this guy named Sam, and I have to start looking back to all my church books and sort of rereading up, like, in the end of the day, how many people are swimming in the waters as deep as you are right now about this topic? So even if they wanted to try to really, and I guess maybe they don't really want to understand, but in a certain way you're talking to an ignorant crowd. But yeah, I guess.
I mean, it's frustrating. So at this point, I've met one-on-one with multiple of the elders and the lead pastor and the assistant pastor all about this topic, trying to say, I don't think this is right, and that sort of thing. And all of them basically have avoided wanting to talk with this specific question because none of them feel equipped really to do that. And so they're excommunicating me, or they're requesting my voluntary self-excommunication and non-piano playing, but they can't. And they all know that they probably couldn't hold their own if there was actually a debate between me and them on the biblical merits of this question.
I mean, that's a problem within itself, obviously. Even if, let's say, you quote unquote are wrong, they should just be able to be engaged in this level of conversation. And
no. This is what I learned about Protestantism that was so shocking. They are constantly afraid of being kicked out of their churches. Like, I have never seen in Satmar, I have not seen people as afraid to not toe the party line as Protestants. It's shocking.
And it depends. I mean, I could go to liberal Protestantism, and they wouldn't care that I didn't believe in the Trinity, but it's because they don't really care much about anything, and that has its own corresponding set of problems. But yeah, I mean, it's really weird to, like, you would think, imagine that you're an elder at a small suburban church, and you find out that one of your congregants has a podcast. Oh, it also turns out that more people listen to his podcast than listen to the church's YouTube channel, and more people. So it turns out that he actually has a larger audience than your pastor. And he's interviewed experts from every this and that, point of view on this specific topic. And it's not like, oh, what an asset, what a blessing. Let's think of all the ways that we could help integrate this into the flourishing of the church. It's problem, contain, separate, exclude, and it's like, so you guys don't feel like you have anything that you want to learn from me after having realized this about me. And you guys don't want to even have a serious conversation on the theological topic itself.
It's because the Trinity is indefensible and they know it.
Well, I think that the Trinity is well designed to give a lot of common people, even well-educated people, unease that they don't know enough. And I think that this is one of the functions that it plays in theology is that it's both one of those things that you can always learn more about, but it's also a mystery. and we can highlight either of those two aspects depending on the needs of the situation. But lots of people feel, even pastors who have been to seminary, get scared of this topic because they have an insecurity that they don't understand it. They have an insecurity that they can't defend it biblically. And they have an insecurity that if they were to say the wrong thing, then they would open themselves up to the accusation that they are a heretic. And it's a confluence of all those things at the same time.
Yeah.
While sorry, go ahead, Richard.
No, go ahead.
While their reaction obviously is less than ideal, do you feel at the very least that they saw you coming from a genuine place, or did they see you trying to look for trouble?
I think that I think it's weird how before people learn this about me, right, and these elders and these pastors, before they know it about me, they're like, Sam's a Christian, Sam is a welcome member of the community. There's a give and take between what he gives and is getting from the congregation. But then boom, as soon as this label is on you, like I mean, multiple of the elders and the pastor told me specifically that I do not have salvation and that I'm outside the bounds of Christianity.
Whoa.
And I'm not, I wish I could say, I'm not trying, I wish I could say that didn't happen, but it really did happen. You know,
Sezi, I want you to answer this question. How tolerant are synagogues about disagreement on Maimonides' 13 principles? If somebody in your synagogue had a YouTube channel where they discussed whether or not they believed in one of the 13 principles, would that person's wife not be allowed to volunteer at the nursery?
So I would say, I mean, yes, there's a lot more. There's obviously a lot more tolerance.
Yes, there's obviously a lot more tolerance in Satmar, which is the most ultra-Orthodox, like intolerant part of Judaism, than there is anywhere in Protestant Christianity that I've seen. Well,
Sam,
anywhere where they still believe in God at all.
Well,
Sam, if you don't mind me asking one more question, what does this make you think with regards to how you're teaching, let's say, your children about you know, their faith, and like where you see them like fitting in? If in my eyes, like, guys, dad is like, you know, total, straight A, normal guy, knowledgeable, rational, like, this is like the best deal you're going to get, like, to these father elders. Like, talk to this guy. Like you just said, like, you're going to learn, for the very least, I promise you're going to learn a few things. So, like, how would you want to navigate that? Like, I don't know if they're witnessing what you're dealing with, but eventually, like, what are you telling them as far as their toolkit?
Yeah. I mean, my kids are 4, 2, and 0, right? So they're pretty young.
All right, you got time.
And so I've got a little bit of time, but in terms of what I think about with regards to my children, I mean, my oldest, even a 4-year-old, I'm having to tell her some stuff, about why we're going to different churches this Sunday and stuff like that. I mean, what's humorous is I was thinking about, okay, so how would I explain to my 4-year-old what it is, what the Trinity is and why we don't believe in it? I was like, man, honestly, I would struggle to explain the Trinity to a 4-year-old. And I'm not sure if I could. And so that was one of those insights where I was like, I was going through the thought process of how am I going to explain to her what we believe and what we don't believe. And I can't even come up with a way that a 4-year-old can understand the Trinity. But so anyway, besides that humorous thing, I mean, I do worry about that. I'm in some sense bringing my daughters into what will be a very difficult thing for them in the future, because it's been difficult for me. And so that's part of the reason why I feel like, man, if the Trinitarian Church didn't work out this time, and there was lots of connections between me, my family, and this particular church, so if this one can't work, then none of them will be able to work. And so I probably, it's one of those things where I felt like the mission of my YouTube channel was to try and break down barriers of misunderstanding and animosity between Trinitarians and non-Trinitarian Christians. At the very least, to help understand each other. And maybe even I could hope for a little bit more mutual appreciation and respect and camaraderie. That if there's any of a subtle purpose to my YouTube channel, it's that. So, cat's out of the bag on that one. And I don't even like preach or teach Unitarianism like from a pulpit of authority on my YouTube channel. I mostly, as you guys know, interview people and let them do a fair amount of the talking. I will say what I believe from time to time, but the primary purpose is not me teaching other people to think the way I do. It was sort of a performative act of peacemaking through conversation. And if that's what I'm getting in trouble for, it's just ridiculous. And so I don't know what to do besides say, I'm sorry, Trinitarians, I tried, but it's no skin off my back.
Thank you for sharing that.
Well, I mean,
It's fascinating.
a question to both you, Sam, and Jacob, I guess. More towards Jacob, because he's laying this at the feet of Protestantism. But would that go differently in an Orthodox or Catholic church? Because I don't see why it wouldn't.
So, from what I have seen, especially not so much in the United States, but in other countries,
Sure.
so it's the same thing like in Judaism, like in Sephardic countries, but also in Islam. Like
Yeah.
the fact is, like, your local mosque or synagogue or church outside of America is the only one. It's like the only game in town. And you don't throw people out the same way. So it's funny. On Twitter, I made a comment, and this young guy was like, "Yeah, I'm done with tolerance for gay people. I would excommunicate all of them," or something like that. And I was like, wait until you have kids.
Yeah.
Right. And then we can talk about what you're willing to tolerate and what you're not willing to tolerate, right? And when your faith community necessarily includes your children,
Yeah.
which I was shocked when I visited Paul's church, that I'm like, where are the kids? And he said, they're not, they don't go, the ones who go to church don't go to this one.
Yeah.
And there's a life cycle of Protestant churches where they, like, the kids are no longer part of your own church.
Yeah.
That's crazy to me.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I wonder how much of that is a function of wider cultural movements rather than Protestantism itself. Because I would ask the same question about Catholic and Orthodox parishes in America, of whether they are able to retain generation. Because I don't think they're struggling to do that.
So Paul says Sam would not be allowed to partake of the Mass or the Eucharist in Orthodox, Roman Catholic, or Orthodox churches, I imagine.
So I mean, here's the thing. I mean, I bet that a relatively large, significant minority portion of Catholics, I'll just say Catholics, in America, do not in their heart of hearts believe in the Trinity.
Yeah.
But they do not say, I think the truth is something other than this, and sort of a positive or some, not rebellious, but I don't know, oppositional sort of way.
Yeah.
And so the Catholic Church is probably perfectly happy and comfortable for a lot of their congregants to not really be propositionally on board so long as they're not causing any sort of problem. And because there's a greater separation between the clergy and the laity in a Catholic church, they can probably handle some of that. But if any of their congregants started making a problem of that, they would get excommunicated too.
What did it take for Nancy Pelosi to get excommunicated? And then she just flew to the Vatican and got communion at a mass by the Pope, not from the Pope himself, but she was served mass.
Yeah.
So Ken from Climbing at Mount Sophia is here. For me, and commenting on the wrong channel, everybody should be moving over to the Randers United channel. For me, this is a nice example of the propositional tyranny, which maintains a barrier for me to the church. And yes, I have to say, like, no, I'm sorry, Bazzani, it's not teaching children right from wrong is terrorism. Like, Christian pedagogy, like, I'm sorry, Protestant pedagogy. So when Caleb came to the rabbi's house, he saw how the rabbi was interacting with his children. And I knew that it was weird for him because that's not how good Protestants interact with their kids. Yeah. Like, his kids were climbing all over him. And his kids were just, they were having fun. They were like, his daughter during the meal started screaming. And so the rabbi, as opposed to like getting mad at her, started singing a Shabbos song. And it was like, that's how we good Orthodox Jews.
This is from a 2022 Legionnaire survey where they ask a bunch of people in America theological questions. I have the results filtered to Roman Catholics who attend several times a week or once a week.
Okay.
Right?
No.
So these are hardcore weekly attending Roman Catholics. Question. Jesus was a great teacher, but he was not God.
Okay.
48% strongly agree. 6% somewhat agree. So a majority of weekly attending Catholics agree strongly or softly that Jesus was not God. So
Jacob, are you seeing this?
Thank God.
Right. So this is part of my point, right? It's sort of like, you know, all right. So let's switch it. All right, evangelical. All right, so notice that a much fewer percent of weekly attending evangelicals will affirm this, but a quarter of weekly attending evangelicals will say Jesus was a great teacher, but he was not God. So could a Catholic not believe in the Trinity and take the Eucharist? Apparently half of people in America are regular doing exactly that. But it's different because they're probably not publicly taking a stance that that's what they actually think is true.
And I also, like, I would be curious to know how stringent, especially the more liberal Catholic churches would be on course communion. Because, like, this is one anecdote, but I have been to a Catholic service where they don't really check. And like, I was able to take communion even though I hadn't gone through catechesis. I hadn't been there for like 2 years, and they just let me go in the line. And so I don't know how much proposition checking they're doing, honestly.
I mean, I'm listening to this and I'm thinking at the same time at Charlie and Richard. You guys are looking right now at, well, not even Jacob, but let's say you're looking at Sam, and you hear Sam talk to you about his experience right now dealing with these churches, and you know that Sam's like, he's a rational dude. He's like, he's done his homework. He's reading. And I'm wondering, what does this make you guys think of these institutions? Because part of me feels like, I keep on saying the word like, part of me feels that
Yeah.
part of me feels that I would like you to look at these institutions and still have a lot of reverence towards them and feel the need for them. On the other hand, as you hear this gentleman articulate his experience, which is very misfortunate, and then show you stats over here, which are mind-boggling, at least to a Jew, telling me that
And to
all,
me.
all these people don't think
Yeah.
Jesus is God. And by the way, also is that, and so they think the Father is God, or they might even be atheists.
Right.
Yeah.
So like I mean,
That's a good question.
Sam might be more religious than all those people,
Yeah.
but I would wonder, what do you guys think of these institutions?
Joey?
You can go ahead, Richard.
Oh, come on. I talk too much. Come on. You gotta...
No, you go for it.
Oh, gosh. Okay. No, I mean, like, watching Sam's channel and chatting with Sam, a decent bit. It's like, I question in my mind about the status of heretic for Unitarians. Like, so in the back of my mind, I question whether that is something that Christians should do. Now, in terms of these institutions, I think of my home church back in Washington, probably very similar to the one that Sam is getting pushed away from. It's a non-denominational church, very elder-driven, no higher authority above the elders of the pastors. I'm quite close with the head pastor there. He's a very good man, wise man, godly man. And I could see him doing the same thing to Sam. Not because he's inconsiderate or not even because he's theologically uninformed. But I like within Protestant Christianity, it's just given that biblical Unitarianism is a heresy. That's just a thing that is a given. And so when someone is when you have a parishioner that you have a relationship with, and you really don't want to let them go, that's rubbing up with a pretty deeply held conviction, and really one that is assumed, I would say. Because to Sam's point, Protestants don't do a lot of good thinking on the Trinity, and they aren't educated on why they believe it, I would say. So it is assumed, but that assumption rubs up against the desire to keep this dear parishioner. And I have a lot of sympathy for being in that position. And, you could chalk that up to being a result of the propositional tyranny that we're in. And so I don't know. I'm not sure that I would remove Sam from my church if it was my decision. I probably wouldn't. But I sympathize with the perspective and position of the pastors and elders in these non-denominational evangelical churches, because that's just the perspective that they have, and or you can't change that. So
Yeah, I mean,
All right.
can you hear me? I'm just making sure my microphone's working. Yeah, all right. Like part of this, so to better kind of understand at least some of what's going on in like this church's mind, and this church is, you know, like Richard was saying, similar to a lot of churches that one could find.
Yep.
The idea is if you don't believe in the Trinity, then you aren't saved, because for atonement to work, Jesus needs to be God, perhaps because his sacrifice needs to be infinite in some sort of way that his divine nature would make infinite, or perhaps because only he could bear the weight of all the sinners. You know, some sort of, you know, there maybe are a couple ways of articulating it. But if Jesus isn't God, then his sacrifice wouldn't do the trick. And then the extra step is if you don't believe that he's God, then the sacrifice doesn't do the trick for you. Right. And that's actually sort of a curious extra step that is, I'm not sure that there's a logical leap in that is, you need to understand propositionally how it works, how atonement works for atonement to work, right? And this is a relatively common belief among a lot of evangelical churches, but yet at the same time, I'm like, okay, if we gave a survey to everyone in the congregation, right, and asked them to explain how Jesus's divinity worked in the atonement, right, we would get a shockingly weird, variety of answers. Some of which are heresies that have been around for a long time, and probably some new heresies would get invented in the process. Right. And so I'm like, okay, so you're telling me that in order to be saved, I need to understand a theology that by your definition allows for atonement to work. And yet you would agree with me, and they sort of nodded their heads, or at least didn't dispute the fact that if we gave a survey to the membership, that it would be very confused at best. So it's like, so why are you giving me a hard time? You know, right? And then the answer is something like, well, you know well enough, you're past some stage of innocence that we can excuse the lesser well-informed people of. But we can't, you're past that point. And it's like, I'm like, so that's so weird, you know, that I don't even know quite how to interact with that.
So Charlie, you hear this, and what does this make you think?
I don't know, man. It just sucks.
It just sucks. All right.
I don't know. I haven't thought a lot about this type of thing. Right now, I go to a mega church at college, and I'm sure the pastor and the elders and most of my friends would be horrified if I gave a Bible study or something like that. But I guess this is something that's kind of popped into my head, just where I don't really care that much anymore about propositions, whereas I used to a lot. I have a Lutheran background, not that that's necessarily super relevant, but I did a lot of theological digging back in high school and stuff, trying to figure things out, and never really figured things out. So now I'm just kind of in the Build-A-Bear workshop stage, where I'm just like, let's add a little bit of this and a little bit of this, and I'm just kind of wandering around. And I'm sure, and like now, I'm in a campus ministry and considering like signing up to be a leader next year. And I'm fairly sure the church doesn't have creeds, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure if I went through and did an interview and actually answered all the questions I would answer them, I probably wouldn't end up accepted to be a group leader next year. That wouldn't surprise me. And I don't really know why. They're basically Baptist. Just a sec. I think my roommate's back. But.
Sam, it's interesting to me if you hear him say that, because I'm thinking, what would your advice be to someone like that? Like, stay Trojan and don't start talking. It's very relevant to Esther.
I Trojaned in a campus fellowship probably very similar to the one that Charlie's thinking about, and was a Bible study leader for a while, until there was an incident that caused me to need to sign a statement of faith. And then that was the first time in my life that this blew up. And
do you think they benefited, though, from the aside from the brouhaha, when you were running that Bible study? Were you rocking it, though? Like,
I was doing a good job. And I was contributing to the cause, and it was good for me, and it was good for the people involved. And there was no problem until they asked the question.
So, I hear Charlie say that he wants to go to a leadership position at some point. You're going to run up to someone asking a question, and then so even if you want to put yourself in that position, at least get your house in order with regards to, like, what do you even want to respond to these kind of things. And then there's a question, it's an ethical question. Do you want to build yourself a language which allows you to avoid these kind of conversations, right? Do you find the words you use that, throws 80% or 90% of people off track? Like, that was strange, but I guess that's okay. And then, wow. It's like Jacob said, it's very different in Judaism.
Because you have a binding principle that isn't propositional.
That is true.
And I think that this is really and like Luke Thompson, if he were out there listening, would be running around clapping about what I'm about to say. But I think that Luke properly identified and articulated this problem before I was even able to, even though these things were happening to me. But Luke had something very similar happen to him because he didn't believe in the right understanding of the doctrine of hell, right? So different theological question, but similar process. And I think that the problem is if there is something, if propositions are what's binding you, then you're going to create a weird problem where people can't actually talk about what they think. And that this is the brittleness of that approach. And Judaism has this sort of ethno-religious binding, right, that is very, very old, that is not propositional. And obviously, there's a distinction between sort of liberal Jews, conservative but not fully Orthodox Jews, and like actual Orthodox Hasidic Jews. And that's sort of, but there's something about being Jewish that's deeper than that helps bind a community. And Catholicism in some sense has, Catholicism and Orthodoxy have a different sort of binding glue. In many ways, Catholicism is kind of similar to Judaism in that it's almost become a quasi-ethnicity, really. And Orthodoxy, same thing. And the only alternative that I see in Protestantism is charismaticism that emphasizes experience. And that comes with its own set of things. But oftentimes charismatics care less about these things because it's like, wait a minute, you've got the Holy Spirit in you, right? You're feeling these things. You're doing this stuff. You're jiving with what we're jiving with. Great. Okay. All that theology, so they have a different binding glue. It's that sort of experiential thing. And that can run into problems with what if I stop feeling the experiential thing. But I think that one of the difficulties is if your binding principle is propositional, then it really hurts any process of free speech and thinking around those sorts of topics. Because like theoretically, my church should be like, oh, wait a minute, you have a disagreement and you're well educated on your disagreement. Let's hear from you and let's be good Bereans and go back to our scriptures and do this together if that's our thing. But absolutely not, because, heaven forbid Sam's right, and then all of our sudden our churches gets the same treatment from all the other churches in the area that I'm getting on an individual level, right?
Yeah. Right.
But at the same time, you would like the church to be right on this.
I would like
I mean,
the church to be
it's
right.
not that you're leaving the game entirely.
Yeah.
There are deep problems with this situation. Yet we never lose the. I mean, for example, we can talk about sort of the Luke Nate corner of this little corner. If you look at questions of, you got to be really careful here. A lot of what's being sort of modulated in these conversations is, what do we mean by God? Okay. And there are certainly elements of that in the questions of the Trinitarian controversy, which is obviously still among us. Part of what happened in the church, and that many churches in America, is that the Trinitarian controversy sort of went away, partly because the Universalists stopped caring about a lot of things, and there just weren't that many of them anymore. So this is a very difficult thing to sort of work through. But communities never leave the propositional questions entirely.
Mm-hmm.
And because propositional speaking is a part of acting as well. And people very much orient on, I mean, just look at Battlestar Galactica. So say we all. I mean, that's their little meme, right? So say we all. So these are tremendously difficult issues to work through, especially as at the recession of modernity, we have a better understanding of the way that propositionality has played in modernity. And of course, there are very deep connections between that and Protestant confessionalism, which was a way to have us stop fighting each other, which again was very foundational for the American system, where we could say we're not going to have a state church. And
although I would say a lot of the people who took that decision were the Unitarians, because that decision was being made right at the beginning of the first Unitarian wave in America. And a lot of the constitutional writers were participants in that. And that's no accident that there was such a strong defense of religious and liberty and freedom of conscience in those things in our Constitution. And it is strangely related to this same question.
It is.
It's not strangely related. That's the thing. Monotheism actually has consequences in your beliefs.
See, now we're coming full circle.
If you don't believe in one God, you're going to be far more likely to be willing to throw people out of your church.
Jacob, can you expand a little?
You don't allow that though, Jacob.
What?
Because you're still dealing with the definition of God. And so part of why you have Luke and Nate over there. So Nate responded pretty strongly to the commentary on Konstantin Kisin, where I pull up C.S. Lewis on pantheism. And there's a reason Nate pushes back on that, because there's a reason Luke really likes panentheism, and there's a reason the Orthodox are in this play, because we're very much, and the same thing with your hypostasis conversation, because we're very much into this question of the nature of God and where are those limits of God. And in fact, to go all the way back to our inheritance from the Jewish rabbis and the scribes who gave us this amazing book in Hebrew, they were the ones who came in with, this line between God and not God, kind of important. How do we navigate that? And that's a lot of what this stuff still revolves around.
I agree with you. But I think one thing that Martin Luther contributed was this idea that somehow you can have this belief that's somehow separated from how you act and how you embody these beliefs in the world. And when you see somebody being a murderer, like John Calvin, that is an indication of the falsity of his beliefs. The fact that Servetus was willing to die and Calvin was willing to kill is of theological importance.
True.
Yeah, there are also a few layers in terms of that equation that comes.
Yeah, and the Pharisees also were willing to kill Jesus. So
I mean,
Who were the ones who killed Jesus?
a mix of the Jewish leaders and the Roman
It
authorities.
was a committee that killed
It's
Jesus.
very clear. It's very clear in your own scripture, Sam, who actually killed Jesus. Because
But there's a similar distance between the
in
Jews killing
John
Jesus and
says-
John
Right.
Calvin.
Did
and
John
is
Calvin
not-
light the match, Jacob?
John Calvin was as much like the Pharisees in the book of John as any human being could possibly be. And that is what astounds me about the fact people are willing to call themselves Calvinists.
Paul, I think if you could help me understand, because I'm hearing Sam over here on one, the way I'm also looking at it right now on the screen is like on one corner, and then I'm also thinking about Jacob's conversation with Father Stephen DeYoung, right? And again, look, coming from a Jewish perspective, like if there is that range of belief, like where Father DeYoung is standing and where Sam is right here,
Yeah.
Is there really so much tension for him to be accepted, like inside the church? Because, and this goes back to the God question, because are you yourself not looking to, in Hebrew it's called emet, one of God's names, or like we'll call it truth, but are we not seeking to ultimately dig down and understand deeper what is being shown to us, what we're being told, even if that means, you've mentioned this before, talking to Sam and needing to go back to your old books and open up and be like, okay, what are we actually talking about over here? But isn't that the conversation?
That is it, yes. And the conversation continues, which is why, part of the reason behind Estuary, and there's just no limits around Estuary. I mean, people can come into Estuary and talk about whatever they want, whatever the group wants to talk about. But yes, the difficulty, though, when you get down to particularities is there are, and Sam described it well, he had in many ways an understanding with the previous leadership of this church. This gets down to structure. And as Sam said, well, here you survey a group of Roman Catholics in America, and you'll get all sorts of answers. I used to play a fun game with Jehovah's Witnesses when they would come to the door, and if I had enough time, because I knew a few things about a few things, I would begin asking them questions to find out if they were really sort of evangelical Christians who were kind of worshiping in a Jehovah's Witness church. And in the African American community, there's a lot of that. So there's a lot that goes on here, and a lot of what's happening in Protestantism in terms of the main line, is a lot of what's going on. I mean, Jacob says anyone who actually believes in God. Well, you're just begging the question with that as well, because what Jacob has inside of him is his own implicit framework with propositional landmines that structure this idea of God that he has.
Sam, do you mind picking up that poll again that you showed us? And I want to just asking Paul, like as and I'm looking at you as, let's say, a pastor, but as any community leader or someone that's overseeing a religious group, if you're looking at this data and know that this data exists, that this size of minority is questioning God, then how are we even having any conversation trying to push someone like Sam away? Why is it not, of course, come in, stay closer? Because what are these stats? How
47% of Americans who attend church once a week or more than once a week say either strongly or somewhat agree or strongly agree that Jesus was a great teacher, but he was not God. And I almost wonder, what if you were to phrase this question as Jesus was the Son of God, but not God, or something, like make it even slightly more attractive. I bet you could get an even higher, percentage. So let's call it half, right, of weekly church attenders in the United States at some level are probably closer to my theology than Trinitarian theology.
Sam is not looking to participate in a survey. Sam is looking to participate in a living, breathing community for which propositional assent is a significant portion of their instantiated unity.
I mean, I and maybe this is a false equivalency, but if I'm thinking about and Jacob, I'm sorry about this if this offends you, but the women that come, there's called the Women of the Wall. These women that come to pray at the Western Wall, and here he's having conniptions already. So my attitude is,
These are political actors.
You're better muted, Jacob. You're
second.
better muted. The body language said it all.
I don't know why you bring political actors into this. These are not people who are religious in any way.
Okay. Okay. Now, let's assume some of them, at times, yes, it gets politically hijacked, and that obviously should be condemned. For the ones that come that after 2,000 years just want to pray at the Western Wall, given the fact that for most of Jewish history,
they don't just want to pray at the Western Wall, Hezzy, and I've corrected you about this before.
Is another example.
So so let's
an example of somebody who's not having a political protest at the wall.
But my point was, because even that, in that extreme case,
Sure.
my attitude is still, of course, you are welcome to pray at the wall. And now, so when I'm looking at the church elders that are sitting in front of Sam when he's talking to them, are they not
nice if it
thinking
was face to face and not just over email? But anyway, that's.
well, I think that also changed. I mean, that's obviously not ideal, but I guess my general question is, if we know that there's people that are, I don't know, maybe leaving the church or not interested in that, isn't the conversation to Sam not, yeah, your wife really needs to be less involved with the children, and like I just don't. It sounds so backwards to me to try to potentially push someone away, even if we're not fully aligned.
Well, there's a few things here. First of all, I do not believe that in my church, Sam would have similar treatment, because we have similar situations with musicians, with volunteers who definitely don't have either well-defined theological stances that they can affirm or articulate. And so there's a lot of variation. But again, in any particular instantiation of a church, especially, let's say, in a Protestant church, part of what I talked about with Cale Zeldin was, he said, are Protestants, he said, it seems to me that Protestant leaders are much more sensitive to the dynamics in their community than Catholic leaders. And I think that's true. And there's good things to that and difficult things for that. So, what's happening with Sam, I find very lamentable. And, my advice that I gave to Sam was, actually, if you want to, my Christian advice to Sam was, be the best heretic in that church that you can be. And,
Yeah.
sorry.
And I mean, I think
Heck yeah.
a lot of this does go back to history, like a history that some people only know a small amount about. But there was, as soon as Constantine was trying to make Christianity the official religion, there was a split between the Arians and the Trinitarians, basically. And it was a bloody battle for about 200 years. And I don't know how many people died, but it could be in the hundreds of thousands or millions, basically. And then sort of the Trinitarians eventually won. Basically, Charlemagne probably wiped out the last of the Arians in northern Germany or something like that. And then there was a couple hundred years of Dark Ages where no one had enough theological learning to even really think about this topic for a while. And then sort of the church emerges and suddenly the past is like sacrosanct, right? But there's still this deep embedded DNA that we can't actually talk about this subject without getting into a bloody war again.
Yeah.
And like still officially, the reason why the Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church are out of communion is because the Orthodox Church thinks the Spirit proceeds from the Father, and the Catholic Church thinks the Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son. That, you know, that's still officially the reason. There's obviously a lot more to it than that in practical senses, but that is actually on paper the main reason, is a Trinitarian question. And so I think that if a church like Paul in our first conversation, we talked about how, you know, infant baptism is a question that divides a lot of Protestants, right? Some Protestants do infant baptism, some Protestants do believer baptism, right? But that's a very practical thing, right? You know, are we going to dip this baby in water or not, right? Or do we dip them in water when they're 13-ish, right? That's a, you know, you could not understand the language that the church was speaking, and you could look at the churches and see which of those two stances they were taking. I am not sure if there's a very practical, embodied, lived out difference between my theology and Trinitarian theology, right? Maybe there's a couple different emphases, but I like if you said, Sam, you get to watch this church for a year, but you can't understand what they're saying. Try and tell me if this church believes in the Trinity or not. I'm not sure if I could, you know, I'm not sure if I could figure it out. And it's sort of like the more abstract the question, the fewer practical ramifications, but yet for some reason, the harder it is to have the discussion.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, coming from Orthodox, you know, the practical question I would have is, could you participate in the liturgy? Like, could you, in good conscience, say all of the things that are constitutive of the participatory events that we cohere around every Sunday? Now, that's different in a Protestant denomination, of course, because the Trinity is rarely mentioned, if at all. Right. So I take your point there, but so do you think there is a difference between, like, if it was emphasized more in the liturgy, that would deviate?
But then again, how could it be emphasized other than at a propositional level, right? Like, imagine, again, I don't get to hear the words of the liturgy. I'm just seeing the actions that they're doing. It's unclear to me. And this is why I don't go along with Jacob saying that Trinitarians are idolaters.
Right.
Because I'm not sure exactly which action I would point to where they're doing that, you know.
Yeah, but you would clearly have a demon if you couldn't hear the liturgy. Because, I mean, you're born deaf or something, and so you're possessed.
Sam, I actually, I mean, this is the thing. I actually disagree with you. I think that there is a resultant. I expect Trinitarian churches to have to expel you, because I think that there is an inherent fault in the Trinity which creates the situation you are living in, and you don't. Like, this is one of the things we're disagreeing about.
Maybe I agree with you, but I'm more winsome about that disagreement.
Well, maybe you need to stop being so winsome.
I don't know. Winsomeness has its advantages.
It also
there's
has
nothing like
advantages.
There's nothing like starting up another 200-year war. I mean, geez, you just said did you really say that they fought for 200 years?
Yeah,
that's outrageous.
It is outrageous. Yeah.
Now let's be fair to ancient people. there's a lot that goes on into this, and there's a lot, just like Sam, technically the difference between the Catholics and the Orthodox is how the Spirit proceeds from the Father, from the Father, and from the Son. For us today, the number of layers between us and those things is not the same as the stack that it was for them then.
Yeah.
So you know, a little generosity for the ancients, not in any way to excuse what they did, but to have a little bit of understanding that people have fought over the centuries for over many things that we today look at and say, why did they kill over that? It's usually not the only thing that was in play.
When I look at this, and I can't ignore the fact that there's also Jonathan's over here, and I wonder to myself, again, as a Jew, seeing things through my narrative, how there becomes more of unification between Jews and Christians, and then looking at someone like Sam. And I know he's telling Jacob, he's disagreeing with Jacob, but I would say that Jacob and I look at Sam as like and I'm sorry if this is offensive, but like a data point of how a fusion like that could happen. But like when I look at someone like Sam, I wonder to myself, is that what we require to sort of dig back and look down and reread and see, maybe our Christian brothers are looking at things this way. And then that's already a much more cohesive language that Jacob is saying, well, you know, of course you're being kicked out of the church because like you're sounding a lot more like me. And the conversation like me is that doesn't jive well. But I understand that what Sam is saying, he's like, well, it should jive well because you should in theory notice the difference, but the tension is there.
Part of why I do what I do, and part of why I have the approach that I have, certainly part of it is that I'm high in openness. But there are other reasons for this. Let's say how I live my life as compared to Sam. Let's say if someone had a video camera of following me and following Sam along all day long, or someone was watching the way we spend our money, or someone was watching how we interacted with our children, et cetera, et cetera. Jacob's point that, well, this theology has consequences. I'm not going to argue against that. It certainly does. But there are many other layers as well that we are participating in of American culture, of the way that technology has moved and shaped how we live today. One of the nice pieces I got from my mother was something written by my grandmother describing Grand Rapids at the beginning of the 20th century, how her mother would go out, she'd dress herself up, she'd take an axe, and she'd go down to chop the water off of the river to haul water in order to wash clothes. And she would spend a day or two a week just washing clothes. I mean, there's so many layers of this that we are dealing with now. And that is not to in any way sort of say that the theological doesn't count or isn't an important layer in that stack. But when we're talking with each other, there are many, many layers in stacks today that likely weren't the way they were even 100 or 200 or much less 2,000 years ago. And so when it comes to how we relate to one another, it bears, I would rather lead with the teaching of Jesus that we love our neighbors, as we love ourselves, and that goes all the way up to and including our enemies. And so figuring out how to love one's enemies is a really important and difficult thing. But that is, I think, part of what we are called to do. And that includes our theological adversaries from centuries ago, which makes, for me, just look at the astounding level of diversity we have in these little 8 squares right now 9. I mean, and you know, some of the hottest disagreements. I mean, when Jacob was up here in Sacramento, when Jacob's up, I take the opportunity to quiz him about all sorts of things about Zionism. Tell me about the history of Zionism. Tell me about your disagreements with Chezi, because I'm very interested in that. I'm interested in all of these things.
Chezi loves it when I quote the Satmar Rebbe and say that the modern state of Israel is Maaseh Satan Hitzliach.
Okay, so Jacob speaking in tongues again. But part of what we are doing now is we are in this process of negotiation. We are figuring out how to love one another. And again, in the bigger picture, where we talked, with Chezi about, sort of the great American experiment. We are part of this great American experiment of pluralism and trying to figure out, okay, how can we live together? How can we live together productively? And, these questions of the state of Israel that Chezi keeps bringing to our corner, which I find endlessly fascinating, because, okay, where in the stack is carrying bread on the Sabbath to people in the hospital? Where on the stack is Sabbath observance, or maybe New Jersey blue laws that I grew up with? Now, how do we, with all of these layers that we have going, how do we, again, I come at this as a Christian, and so, I forefront Jesus. How do we love one another? How do we love one another well? And so, I, as a Protestant minister, I can't answer for.
Whoa.
Scott. I can't answer for. I can understand some of the concerns that, let's say, Sam's church leadership has. I certainly understand some of that, but at the same time, I don't find that they are loving Sam well, even as he is a political adversary, and I don't understand how his wife's service in the nursery or Sam's service on the piano makes sense in terms of, but they have to deal with their own house. I don't have to answer for that. So too much talking.
We almost never get CW to come on, and I would love to hear why CW felt he should come on.
Well, it's because I was here. That's why. Just saying. Let's just keep it real.
Yeah, I mean, I am a lover of Chad. There's no question about that. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people know I have my own experience being excommunicated from a local congregation. For me, it was a little bit different. Like it started with being very reluctant to join the church and being kind of wooed and courted into that. And I had sort of said that, and this might have been a self-fulfilling prophecy, but I had said, almost half joking, that if they let me join the church, they'd end up excommunicating me. That sort of didn't happen, but it started like with me having questions about the intellectual tradition, the theological points that I had subscribed to formally as a function of this thing that was called the member affirmation of faith. And so I was not at the, kind of like Sam's saying with his scientific study there, I wasn't at the level of overt rejection of any of these doctrines. I just wasn't sure that I could have explicit assent to them anymore. So I was in a kind of agnostic place.
You had the problem of too much thinking and learning.
Pretty much, yeah. Well, in my case, it was specifically related to doctrine of Scripture, although that did eventually extend into questions of historical orthodoxy writ large. But the struggle that I had was in my little Presbyterian congregation, there were no elders who were conversant in the issues at the level of detail that I was thinking about them.
Imagine that.
Yeah, and so it wasn't like we couldn't even have a meaningful conversation about it, and so it just reached this sort of impasse where I had this endless accumulation of greater and more intense questions, and there was just silence on the other side, on the side of the leadership. And so I begged them to just because I felt that it violated my conscience to formally assent to these ideas that I did not have deep rooted convictions about. And so I begged them to just let me continue in the life of the church, but drop the formal membership. That's really all that I wanted. Paul's smirking because I don't know why, but maybe because he knows that it doesn't quite work that way. But below, go ahead.
Well, again, this pattern of propositional assent has been a very effective way of forming community. And I know both you, CW, and Sam are better educated in certain areas than the vast majority of clergy that you're going to bump into. And that's a difficulty, given that very traditional and effective form of community building. And the fact that your random clergy on some given corner that's close to Sam or CW's house or in their city stumbles on this, not necessarily surprising, because no local clergy is going to be expert in now the range of pluralities that we have in any given urban area. This is a vast difference from what my grandfather faced as a minister in, let's say, rural America during the Depression.
And I think that part of this is that churches are struggling with how to integrate expertise into their hierarchies, especially Protestant ones. Because, I mean, it used to be that in order to be the sort of person who learned about these things, you had to go through the formal education of the system. And probably the only way that was happening to you is if you were on the path to become clergy, or if you were very wealthy, in which case you already had your own position in the hierarchy of, that. And I think that part of the Protestant Reformation was the problem of autodidacts, right? What happens now that we have that books are cheaper and that the standard of living is higher and literacy is more common, such that we have people teaching themselves outside of the formal structures where we used to be able to integrate the smartest people. And so you would never have the problem of having someone smarter than the clergy or more educated than the clergy, because there is no path to become educated without becoming the clergy.
Servetus.
Yeah, and Michael Servetus was that. He was a literal Renaissance man, autodidact in, every subject, right? And that was the problem, is that and this is, I think, all the more common now in the internet age, and where most of us get educated completely outside the church, even now on theology. And I think that theoretically, if Sam is super teaching himself about these subjects, he should be rising in the status hierarchy of his church, such that it never is the problem that there's someone above him in that is less educated and making a decision over him.
So funny enough, I think this goes back to where we started with the Yanuka, because that is actually what I think is the beauty within Judaism. That I found it like when I started asking what a posek is, which is a senior rabbi, I'm like, okay, how do you become a posek? And people kind of said, well, you get smicha and then you get dayanut, but that doesn't really make you a posek. It is a question of people recognizing, okay, Chazi knows more Torah than I do. Yosef knows more Torah than I do. And in some instances, I know more Torah than they do. And when you get a child prodigy like the Yanuka, right, as a 30, 40-year-old, like the other rabbis are in fact willing to admit, okay, this is somebody who knows more than I do. And that sort of just willing to bow to greater knowledge and greater, not just knowledge, I have to say. I mean, if
propositional knowledge.
It's a part of it.
It's a big part of it.
Huh. I think I am constantly pushing back against the people who their response to propositional tyranny is some sort of anti-propositionalism that says propositions are worthless. And it's like, no. That you can't go that far. Propositions matter. And that's part of why I think Sam should start his own church as opposed to trying to get these idolaters to accept him.
I wanna follow up on that, and this also relates to Charlie. So Charlie, you were talking about earlier before you cut off that you maybe want to go into a leadership position, right? And now you're also hearing Pastor Paul talk about how clergy, right, is not going to be able to handle someone like Sam or CW. Now, Charlie, you're sitting down, and on the Discord, you talk about the list of books that you want to be reading, and you're listening, and you're reading, and you're on the and you are slowly but surely turning yourself into one of those people that modern day clergy is not
to autodidacty. Yeah,
is not going to be able to contain with, and then or maintain, and then won't be able to contain. But then you also want to be in a leadership position. So this also relates to what Jacob was saying right now about opening up your own church, Sam. Then I guess how does that look like? And it also goes to Paul. Like, is Sam supposed to be like, toe the line, or is it like, no, like be like Icarus and fly? Well, not 2 flies to the sun, but I'm just saying, like, get out there, make your own thing, and potentially 100 years down the line, 200 years down the line, they're gonna be like, oh, Saint Sam, he taught us about XYZ, but I mean, like, what is Charlie supposed to think hearing that most clergy are not equipped for this new world?
But now, hold on. Okay, so let's say Sam decides he wants to start his own church. Now, Sam might give week after week after week of amazing articulations in the defense of biblical Unitarianism. But Sam is also going to have to be competent on the rest of the areas, and not only Sam, but the community he gathers around him, because then the next question is going to be, what kind of children's ministry does Sam have? What's Sam's theology of the Eucharist?
I've got someone who can work in the nursery, though.
Well, he's got someone that can work in the nursery. Well, whether she wants to be in the nursery every single week. How close is Sam to my house? See, part of the thing is that in real life, churches work on all of these layers. And this is a big part of Sam's difficulty, because on one hand, you say, okay, biblical Unitarian, there are some groups in Chicago that I can go to, so I can be a part of that. But where are they geographically? What are the people like there? Maybe there's a child molester in the nursery at the Biblical Unitarian Church. I mean, there are so many aspects of what goes on to actually instantiate a real life community that there are going to be hierarchies in which these things function. And because there's, especially in an urban area, there's so much available to us, we actually struggle with just how difficult this is. I'm often in conversation with people who live in rural areas where there are very few churches available. And I'll tell you, the number of aspects that go into what we want from a church, there's a lot of those. And generally speaking, let's say a leader of that community is often going to be a generalist, because they might not be an expert in the details of Nicene Trinitarianism, which is why they tend to clump up with other groups, have a hierarchy, have a denomination, and that's why this whole thing works the way it does.
This makes me think of C.S. Lewis being kind of the smartest guy in the room at his church, and like kind of having to deal with some of that. Like, not everybody that is well read or an autodidact who can like read circles around, the leader is probably well equipped to even be the leader. Like most of the people probably couldn't even keep up, and they'd probably just get burnt out or something like that. That'd be my guess.
Interestingly, Lewis didn't even think of himself as a theologian. And, assuming he went to church in Oxford, I'm sure there were, no shortage of area-type ministers in his charge there.
But and just to add to Paul's complexity, right? Competent in building institutions is not always going to come with competence in theological men, right? And so, if you have a disconnect there, what are you going to do? Are you going to force, are you going to force very educated people to flounder in starting churches? Or this is why you have the structures to handle all of that.
So this is where it goes back to Martin Luther being the source of all evil.
Okay.
Which is this idea of the priesthood of all members of the entire church, right?
But that's what Eric just said today. Eric just said that in his video today, and he's a Catholic. He said everybody's called to priesthood.
Yes and no. I mean, obviously, there's a priesthood in the.
And isn't all the members of Israel, in certain sense, a priest?
In a certain sense.
Oh, okay, and interesting.
No, seriously, it is recognizing, and this goes back to my discussion with Father Stephen DeYoung and his ideas about Paul within Judaism, because he is reinterpreting Paul of Tarsus as being within Judaism and actually understanding. And Father Eric says ministerial priesthood is different than baptismal priesthood. Understanding that different people have different roles within the church. I'm constantly quoting 1 Corinthians 12, right? And if you're willing to have theologians, if you're willing to accept some people do X and some people do Y, and those are different, then it's not as much of a problem as what you get in these egalitarian churches.
But decision-making always requires a hierarchy.
Or a very small number of people.
For a very small number of people. And that's what's, I mean, the whole point about Peterson and Peugeot is that action in the real world requires decision and all of this. And, a while ago during the Seeker movement, they did a lot of surveying about, let's look at if we're going to measure church size by success, seminary education was a negative indicator of pastoral success. In other words, Protestant clergy with less theological formation grew bigger churches that outperformed, in some ways, clergy that had been through everything. Now, it's easy to laugh at that, Jacob. But when you come to Living Stones and you see no children, well, that's deficient. Those point out my deficiencies. I was not able to turn this church around. And, when people say, well, if I lived in Sacramento, I'd come to your church. It's like, combinatorial explosiveness with respect to any given local church. Does your church have a youth ministry? No. Does your church have a nursery right now? No. Does your church have have a nice welcoming facility? No. How's the church's music program? How's Paul's preaching, for Pete's sake? So there's a lot to this, and any instantiation that can actually arrive at something that seems successful, that in some ways is able to scale multi-generationally, scale this way, has something to be said for it. Even heterodox movements, let's say like the Latter-day Saints. So reality is enormously complex.
Jacob, I would just piggyback on that and say I've recently, the last few weeks, have been going to this new synagogue. I'm anyways going to be leaving Jerusalem in around like a year and a half, but I'm trying out this new community. And this new community is supposed to be a mixture of what they call, let's say, serious, modern Orthodox or religious Zionist Jews, and more of the ultra-Orthodox American, no, like yeshivish, like a Jew from America that's living in Israel right now, and sort of have them praying together. However, in the synagogue, they were having a Purim party right now, and there was a committee that was talking about what's going to be on this Purim festival. And there was a discussion if for the women, there's going to be a women's reading of the Esther portion. And there's nothing wrong with this. There's nothing, there shouldn't be a real issue with this. However, the more conservative members of the community wouldn't hear of this at all. And then there's this young rabbi, that is really coming from a more, I would say, a more progressive background. However, he is really trying to maintain this balance. And it's a really good show for me, because in this new community that I'm going to be moving to, there's talks about an egalitarian synagogue, and the majority, though, is going to be a Orthodox community. And are they going to be able to work together, both, curbing their own interests in certain extents, and create that balance? So I'm very sensitive to what Pastor Paul is saying about, on the ground, there's a reality which forces something ultimately. And back to Sam and his conversation with the elders, they're saying, like, listen, that's great and you're awesome, but we're really trying to maintain something over here. And Father Eric has 400 or 500 youths in his youth group, and that's, they look at that as success, and maybe they look at Sam as, this is too controversial for us. This starts shaking this this thing that we have going.
So let me ask you a question that I know doesn't always fall along the lines that it should, but in the Sephardic way used to, and I would like to see happen again, which was, if somebody comes to your synagogue who obviously knows Shas and Poskim, let's say he is the Yenuka, right? And he knows all of Shas and Poskim far better than anybody else. And he says, this is allowed or this is not allowed, right? He binds and loosens on earth as it is in heaven, right? Are the people going to accept? And I mean, this goes back to Rabbi Eliezer, right? And our people are going to be like, oh, you know what? This guy knows Shas and Poskim in ways that I don't know. And despite the fact that I'm one of these modern nebuffs who believes in women of the wall and all that bullshit, I am going to accept somebody who knows more Torah than I do, and simply go with it.
So I just to reiterate what Jacob is saying, and if that question is to me, I'll answer it. But will you be able to identify the authority when it's standing in front of you? And this is true. There's a joke that goes about, like, when the Messiah would come, there's still groups within Judaism is going to be like, the size of his hat is not big enough, and like I don't know, like it's still like all these challenges will still be there. So, and again, this sort of goes back to Sam, should you open up your own church? I don't know, like if you're looking around and you're seeing that the saints and sages and church fathers that you look up to at a certain point of time were controversial, or were people were running after them, were saying they're talking complete nonsense. But I don't know. It is tough because, like in this synagogue, for example, it wouldn't be enough that. Like I could see that they're uncomfortable when I talk to them about specific code in Judaism, and they're like, okay, it's not fun that this guy knows to answer our questions because it's just uncomfortable right now because we're still going to disagree with you. So it doesn't matter if you're pointing out a specific line. That's just not the way we do things. And then you're sort of left in this like awkward space. And then I think to myself,
this is the problem with modern Orthodoxy. This is why I couldn't take modern Orthodoxy seriously. They wanted a certain answer, and it didn't matter that the answer wasn't something you could get out of Shas and Poskim.
And so, I mean, Jacob, part of what you're also saying, inherent in the vote with your feet model working, right, in Judaism, where people find, oh, this person knows their stuff, I'm going to go over and listen to this guy, is inherent in that is the idea that individuals can recognize it. Or maybe not infallibly, but right, like on the whole, democracy of the voting based off of the distributability of the larger populace to all individually recognize these things is going to be valuable and productive. And that's sort of what I think that Luther really meant by the priesthood of all believers, was something along those sorts of lines, whereas a highly clerical system might sometimes deny that gifting being distributed among the common people.
Among the common people, look, the fact is, I mean, this is a common saying in Orthodox Jewish synagogues, I don't know how tall the mountains are, right? Ma li lechnis roshit ben hahari. Who am I to stick my head in between the mountains, right? And so, that's a real thing that I have to consider. Like yesterday, I was at Rabbi Davidi's house, who is a very, very prominent rabbi here in Los Angeles, and he obviously knows far more than I do, far more than I do, and we have very real disagreements. And the question becomes, at what point do I have to say, okay, so Rabbi Wagner knows more than I do, and Rabbi Shochat knows more than I do, and Rabbi Davidi knows more than I do, and how do I choose between them? And in Judaism, the fact is we have this idea that, okay, this person's a posek, this person is obviously at a level that even if I disagree with him, even if I go to a different synagogue, like that person, if Rabbi Breitowitz says you're allowed to smoke marijuana, I can't imagine anybody within Orthodox Judaism saying, somebody who goes to Rabbi Breidowitz's, and not that he ever said this, but somebody who goes to Rabbi Breidowitz's synagogue isn't allowed to smoke marijuana, because Rabbi Breitowitz has those shoulders. And we recognize there are people who have such shoulders that they can, in fact, decide what is allowed and not allowed.
Now, this gets really complex, because if you listen to your language, and we hear this all the time on the internet, they're really smart. Okay, what does that mean? They know more than I do. What does that mean? Part of what happens, let's say, when you look at, let's say, the miracles of Jesus. Jesus was known as a miracle worker. Whether or not you believe those things happened, a big piece of that is that sort of mastery impresses us. Now, there's even there's even people working on that and saying, well, it can't just be miracles. And fair enough, because we got a lot of this in Protestantism too. It's an enormously complex matrix that goes into the question of authority. And you, Jacob, when we had lunch, the first lunch we had today, when you were talking about the Rebbe and how you so wish that you could have been part of that community when the Rebbe was there. And when you read what he writes, he speaks as one with authority to your heart, and your heart strangely warms. And I could put all kinds of things in this. Even the language that we use about someone being really smart or knowing a lot, even all of that language is insufficient to us, because we actually have an intuitive sense that what we're looking for, obviously, to me, is God and the Son of God and the presence of God and the kingdom of God, because those are global ideas, the likes of which there's combinatorial explosiveness in there, the likes of which we can't fully get our arms around. And when we, in fact, encounter them, we fall to our knees and then serve them. And all of this is part of that process. And so even though we use all of these little ways of saying they're smart or they're holy or all of these things, even all of this language is still very much sort of a rough approximation for what we're trying to get into. And so, there is an idolatry of theological accuracy. And I've seen this in my own denomination for a long time. And part of the reason I call that an idolatry is because, like all idolatries, it's a reduction of that which cannot be reduced into one particular aspect and level. And that isn't to say that theological accuracy is unimportant or theological articulation is unimportant. All of these things have importances. That's how idolatries work, is that all of these things need to stay in their proper place. And so this is the sort of wrestling we're doing. And now we live in a world, thank God, where we can, in fact, and this is an enormous achievement in humanity, we can, in fact, commune across all of these different lines that for centuries upon centuries people have been shedding blood over. That we're having difficulty should come as no surprise. That we're understanding each other as well as we are, that's the miracle. That's a wonderful thing. And what we're doing with conversations like these and groups like these and huddles like this is hopefully, in ways that we can't even articulate, begin to level up. Now, each of us, of course, can only imagine ourselves leveling up within the stack that we have received. Every now and then someone makes a big transition and they'll go from sort of one stack to another. But we're trying to level up in the stack that we've received. We're trying to grow from each other. That's why Father DeYoung comes on your channel. And this is the process that we're doing. And, and that's why all of your bombastic articulations about Martin Luther or Protestantism, and people take those things seriously. And so, like Nate, I'm not going to talk to Jacob. Okay, fair enough. He doesn't have to talk to you. You don't have to talk to him. Part of the reason I talk to both of you is because I believe that I learn from both of you. And I think, in fact, what you have to give me makes me stronger, better, and I believe in that sense, hopefully closer to God.
Right. And I appreciate your
Amen.
Yes, amen, for sure. And there's two things going on there. Like with the example of Jacob not talking to Nate Heil, there's always going to be a necessity to prune down the combinatorial explosiveness that we have. So I'm not going to investigate Islam. I'm not going to investigate the Tao Te Ching, like all of these things, right? And I appreciate that you expanded beyond Jacob's emphasis on authority, because one thing I am wrestling with right now is that I have Sam and Jacob and you, Paul, and Father Stephen, and all of these people who, from my perspective, are all epistemically on the same level. They're all peers. But then how do I choose which one to follow, right? And it's something like we're handed these stacks, and we have to go with the providence of God to rely on that. And I think that's why Hezi will say to me, keep going to Mass, Richard, that's a beautiful thing, right? Where, like, I hear him say that, but I'm still stressed in my heart that I haven't investigated all of the accusations Jacob has against Paul Joseph. Or that I haven't investigated all of the things that Sam has to say about Trinitarianism. Like, that causes stress within me. But somehow, some way, I still have to live out in a stack. And it was a big turning point in my life where when I heard Jonathan Peugeot say to Rationality Rules, I forget his name. Not Stephen. Anyway, when Jonathan said to Rationality Rules, where are you standing such that you're able to make these judgments? Like, that was like, okay, I have to stand somewhere to make the judgments between all of these different epistemic peers that I'm dealing with. And yes, maybe I will jump stack eventually. But there is no stackless plan from which I can adjudicate all of the things, like with total what's your phrase, Paul? The monarchical vision. There is no stackless monarchical vision from which I can adjudicate all of these stacks. And I think that has the realization of that has led us to this moment where we are able to communicate cross-stack. And we are able to respect each other with the realization that, okay, we have to be in a stack. And there are improvements that we can make to all of our stacks. But you have to be in one, right? And that's what is bringing about the respect that I think we're finding in this moment.
I would.
What do you guys think the root of our collective problem is?
Which collective problem?
I think the root of it is that, like, due to the Enlightenment and globalization, we've realized the diversity of stacks. Like that, at least that's what I'm at with it.
What I have noticed is there are a lot of people who. So, I've taken to saying my beliefs when I was 35 are not the same beliefs as I have now, and they're not the same beliefs as I had 25 when I was 25 or 15 or 5, and that should be really obvious. Yet there are plenty of people who feel a fear that their beliefs now are not the same ones they had at 25, certainly, and oftentimes at 15. And it's like there is a fear of growth, which admits that your former self was wrong, which says your current self is going to be wrong, right? So at 55, am I going to look back at Jacob at 45 and say, oh, cringe, like, why was he saying those things? I hope so. And that's not a hope a lot of people have.
Well, so this was central to Max Weber's argument about re-enchanting Western thought, because he said there was a profound disincentive for working scientists to get into a specialized discipline, because if they really embraced the critical ethos of science, they had to acknowledge exactly what you're saying, Jacob, which is that I'm going to be wrong. If I make a substantial contribution that is really significant, it might stand for 100 years, but it can't stand for 1,000 years. And so there's this kind of difficulty confronting the nihilism of how do I devote myself to the passion that is required to pursue at the level of detail that specialization demands whatever it is I'm passionate about. How do I maintain the passion and yet balance it with the need for self-worth and individual significance? And so I think that's where, like, re-enchanting and all of this, these categories that Weber introduces into the lexicon loom large over all our conversation.
I think it's also, many of us are exiles of one form or another. If you just look on this group, I don't know about Chezi, how much he's in exile, but that's what we hear a lot of. We have, I think Jacob just described it very well. We know that to one degree or another, we know that our institutional fittedness is insufficient for what we desire. And so we are seekers in that way. And we continue then to try to create institutions, mold institutions, create and mold communities. And what we've discovered is that it's pretty good working together. It's much better working together than being alone.
So people in the comments are trying to find a poetic way of expressing this. And on my pilgrimage, one piece of scripture that really kept on coming forward, in Jewish Bibles, it's just Malachi 3. In Christian Bibles, it's Malachi 3 and 4, which is, it talks about the burning sun that is going to come, and it's going to heal the righteous and burn away the wicked. And it's the same sun, right? It's that painful sun which is the refining, smelting heat, which takes away that part of you which is ungodly. And
the love of God is the same thing as the judgment of God.
Yes. So Malachi 3 and 4, I highly recommend.
A lot of this conversation.
This is why I find it.
I was going to say, a lot of this conversation to me sounds like, in Judaism, you would say, "Elu ve'elu divrei Elohim chayim." These and these are the words of the living God, and we have built into our system the 70 faces of the Torah, and that allows you to play around with, so to speak, 70 stacks, where you know that you're placed within them. And you can, in a certain sense, pick and choose between them, which allows you to have this doubtful stability, because you could constantly be moving through and gliding through these stacks. And I guess, again, in Christianity, or when I'm thinking Sam having this conversation, I would want him to be able to have that flexibility of gliding on those stacks and them seeing that as like, this is another stack that we could glide on, but specifically in this conversation here, I think about the verse in Zephaniah about speaking to God in one accord, because that's how that conversation happens. But connecting to the verse in Malachi, when I think of the son, to me, I see Sam having a conversation that is requiring him to sort of rip off a peel and be exposed to a certain sun, but in a certain sense do that to the elders in front of him. But I don't know if they necessarily want to be exposed to that or see that is another vantage point of having the conversation of what God is, because seemingly Sam is managing to balance both, in a certain sense, the Trinitarian mind theology and his own. However, can we do that dance all together? Like where we have Raj on this scene, and Jacob is talking to Raj. He is taking Raj's words and then sort of seeing them, in his own Jewish oculus and seeing how that relates to have that common conversation. So I sort of want the elders to dig deeper and see when Sam is saying this, how can we still, in our own stack, relate to that?
But Sam's elders are also responsible for the people.
That's true. That's true.
As much as, even if Sam's elders were willing to, let's say, go deep with Sam about the kinds of conflicts that happened within Christianity within the first 1,000 years. A lot of those, that they're concerned for the families, the marriages, the stability, and all of anybody who's responsible for a community knows that is, whether it's a Christian community or other communities, that's a holy calling. Because, in Christian terms, I just preached on, what Jesus says about causing little ones to stumble. Christians ought to take that very seriously. And so they, make a calculation that as much as they perhaps might like Sam, they're worried. And that's these things then come up.
I mean, there's a lot of dogmatic creep, though, in Christian churches, right? So I mean, I think that, so Hezi, I'm very interested in the themes that you, I think, perennially raise here, and on two fronts. So I'm interested in the ecumenical question. So getting together with Christians and saying, well, what the hell is this Christianity thing anyway? And secondly, so that whatever that is, we can then meaningfully bring it into dialogue with genuinely diverse alternative perspectives. And yeah, I think that we're at a pretty interesting moment that is perilous, but also promising for people like me and Sam, for the self-didacts of the world. And, I'll speak from my own Christian vantage point. The Christian intellectual tradition is a phrase that I coined for myself to refer to the sum total of theological output within this broad phenomenon, religious phenomenon of Christianity. Part of the difficulty is there wasn't a way to think of it that way. So Christianity is often synonymous within its traditions, of which it's not monolithic by any means, right? But it's often synonymous with a particular theological vantage point. And that's the kind of theological hegemony that is a hangover of the imperialism of Christendom that Christianity, especially intellectually, but not exclusively, is still trying to get over. And so even meaningfully asking the question of what is Christianity is extremely fraught, because you're immediately confronted with which Christianity, which theology. And so it's like we don't even think of there as being a thing as the Christian intellectual tradition. I think there is, but most of us can't even think of it that way. But once you even get to that point, a lot of problems are unresolved. So like the past 200 years of historical critical scholarship, for example, that was inaugurated, like so many of these things in Protestantism anyway, and I do speak as a Protestant, the German scholasticism is really setting the agenda for the Christian intellectual situation. But here in the Anglosphere, most of us don't speak German. There's been a kind of slow trickle-down effect. And as all of these monolithic developments in German Protestantism make their way into the academy in different parts of the world, they hit different modes of Christian tradition, and then they get refracted in all kinds of crazy different ways. And you see this in a lot of N.T. Wright's writings. But I mean, I would say that like even something simple like the last 200 years of historical scholarship into the origins of Christianity has not really been absorbed by Christianity as a whole. And so the promise and the peril for thoughtful people today is, yeah, you can actually meaningfully engage with these issues now. And, we have an opportunity to move the ball in Christian theology. And theology may very well be at the bottom of this, because there's like the sort of academics who deal with all this stuff first, and then it kind of moves down to the artists, and then it goes into popular culture, and then it's like religion in its organized form. That's like the last to change. Go ahead.
I would just say that you also have to throw in that equation how social media sort of disrupts that, how that makes it out to the masses. But I think, like you said, moving the ball forward, I think that's true about Judaism as well to a certain extent. And that relates to the larger question, which is, how do, let's say, Jacob and I see this space or see sort of this conversation with Christians? I mean, and again, I see it as also, I see it possible for me to have this conversation because of the vantage point and where I am being in Israel. But that sort of to me is where the next step is, because there is this monolith called Christianity. And now I am getting like a sense or a little dip into the waters. I'm having this panel in front of me right now, have this kind of conversation. And, I see it's like you just said, it's still digesting this, its own understanding about itself. And I think that, again, those are very exciting times because clearly this is a divine movement. And I think Jacob would agree with that statement. And because of that, it is so important that it also knows how to recognize itself for what it is. While I have my own thoughts, I would say like the jury's, the jury's out still on that about what that's going to end up manifest. But again, hearing Sam, those to me are little percolations of Christianity itself is having a conversation with how it identifies itself. It's seemingly to me, it's because we ourselves as Jews need to better understand, and Jacob and I have generally a more progressive and open conversation at times about how we see Judaism and Christianity working together, but it requires both morphing of Judaism and of Christianity.
Okay, so as the Haredi Noahide who's been silent this whole time, say something, Jonathan.
Well, yeah, I was nervous about adding much without derailing the conversation, but I guess my question to the Jews in the group is, can Noahides evangelize?
Such a good question.
That's
so
such a hard question.
So in theory, Noahides cannot evangelize, and just also like they can't really congregate and create their own religion on their own accord. That is what we know, I would say, traditionally from Maimonides. However, there are some that read into Maimonides that Noahides cannot congregate and cannot sort of assemble themselves.
Hold on, Chezi, the congregate thing, he doesn't say congregate. That's not something Maimonides says.
I'm using the wrong term. You're right. Thank you for correcting me. I mean, establish themselves into.
Establish a new religion. So Noahides cannot establish a new religion.
Right. So thank you for.
And but what that means? Look, we don't know how to deal with Noahides.
Well, 1 second, Jacob. I would say Maimonides says they can't do that on their own accord. To stress that they could do that with the recognition of the Jewish people. Now, however, I claim, and I claim this from my understanding of other greater rabbis that I'm aware of, that we were only in the position to even recognize a group like the Noahides only when we are established in our country. So I only see that being possible now, and I only see me. And I think when I say me, I want to say I represent some of Jewry where it feels confident to have this conversation also with Christians, where there's a conversation where we could feel as confident as we are, Jacob and I both, maybe Jacob more so, to talk the way he talks about saints and divine figures because of that he walks this land very comfortably. And I mean, I know the Black Israelites put a little scare into you, but I know that he fairly feels confident, as do I, and we could only really have that conversation then. You know, for 2,000 years, we are having our own internal conversation, but we could have a conversation which relates now to recognizes Jonathan in front of us, and then if I recognize Jonathan, then Jonathan, in a certain sense, is now a recognized. If we think about it there was an observation, right? So now that there's an observation, we've sort of locked down your position, Jonathan, and now you can evangelize in a certain sense because there is something that you are recognized as, and there's something you're evangelizing for. Now, because that is in Judaism, that is the default mode in a certain sense, is a Noahide. And then within the Noahide movement, you could decide sort of where you want to progress on that end. And that could also include conversion, which is in no way what we are asking people to evangelize for. We are asking for people to be oriented, generally speaking. So we're always evangelizing towards that. Jacob, you could disagree if I said something over there that you thought was...
No, I mean, I don't disagree except the Zionism part. But Father Eric... So I don't believe it has anything to do with being in the land. I believe it has to do with the coming of the Messiah. Father Eric, jokingly and kind of not jokingly, says, can Noahides celebrate the traditional Latin Mass, asking for a friend? And Paul similarly says CRC people are unrecognized Noahides. And I hope I am not saying anything controversial at all because I am not in a place to say anything controversial. But the whole debate within Judaism started hundreds of years ago when the question became, are Christians B'nai Noach? Are they idolaters? And do we as Jews treat them as idolaters or not? And certain rabbis said that Christianity is not idolatry, and other rabbis said that it is. And that a large part of it has been Jews not understanding, not actually talking with Christians, trying to figure out what is this thing a Christian and what do they believe. And so the rabbis who said that Christianity itself is not idolatry, I mean, these were rabbis with broad shoulders. This includes the Tosafists. Nobody today within Orthodox Judaism has the shoulders to say that what they said is definitively wrong. And if Christians themselves identify themselves as Noahides, then I don't know that anybody within Judaism is going to really say no.
Right.
The problem is that when we look at the egalitarian Trinity,
Right.
like, and what most Christians mean by the egalitarian Trinity, like, if you think there are three equal gods, I don't know what to do with that.
Well, Judaism would have a problem. Judaism would have a problem with that. Obviously, that's the way you articulate it that way. That it does become problematic. However, we become more sympathetic to Sam's understanding when there's a when there's a focus on the Father. But I'm using Sam as an example because what I think Sam is saying is, guys, this is my reading, this was always the traditional reading. However, at some point in history, that sort of got lost along the way. Now, if that is a I'm using the word more precise, but I could be wrong about that. But if, let's say, that is a more precise understanding, obviously, again, that requires taking off a certain shell, and Judaism has to do this as well with their understanding and their relationships with Christians, as well as part of their relationship in the exile. We have to remove our exoskeleton, which then introduces something that is, we can recognize as Judaism, but there's a difference to it. But same thing with Christianity. There's a difference which allows then therefore, I don't even want to say that there needs to be this full joint. However, there could be a better tango. There could be a better dance. There could be a better movement towards proper orientation. And it doesn't mean that we find this salvation, today, tomorrow, in a month from now, in a year from now. However, it's conversations like this that I think are CW moving the ball, because and then I go all the way back to Charlie and Andrew, not that, whether we're 15, 20, 30 years older on this panel, if you're talking about being in a leadership position, one could hope that you're taking these experiences, and I know Father Eric, listening to this in his position, is also doing that, but taking those experiences and then sort of slowly but surely, quote unquote, taking it from the cave and bringing it down to the people, because that is the process of how it looks like. It doesn't happen that Pastor Paul comes out tomorrow and says, like, now these are the 7 changes that I'm decreeing, and all my followers will do as such. It happens from these like live conversations when Charlie goes and hears about someone talk about a Unitarian, and he says, like, no, I know this Unitarian and I know XYZ, and that conversation happens. It's tedious though. And what gives us, I think, a lot of strength is when we have these conversations, it seems more real, it seems more alive, and it seems more within reach when conversations like this happen, to why the sense of urgency that Jacob has to create a foundation which will allow us to support these kind of movements, which is why I salute his pilgrimage, because seeing people in person and going out there and keeping these things alive, I think, is really another level to this. And on that note, it is fairly late over here, so I got a boogie.
I'm going to boogie too. Thank you all, members of the Distributed Cognition System, for entertaining the topic interesting to me for as long as you did. And Jacob, thank you as always for somehow being the magical host that makes these things happen despite being not very winsome. So,
despite not being very winsome, or because of not being very winsome?
The world may never know.
Public service announcement needs to be made. Anybody who's watching this on my channel, obviously I want you to still be watching on my channel, but we are moving things over to the Randos United, which is another channel, and that's going to be more broadly used and run by the foundation that Our new Moses Mo is in the process of creating, and so please go over there, have the discussions there, and yeah.
I was thinking that part of Sam's predicament with his church is maybe a little bit emblematic of why some people are very reticent about this foundation, because it's like they might get outed as some kind of heretic that can no longer belong here. So it kind of, to me, that seemed like a coincidence.
Well, I mean, the foundation, again, how exactly it's going to form. The fact is, so it goes back to me telling you that I'm going to lie to you. I will lie to you. I will lie to you in certain circumstances. But it's the truth of me being willing to say, no, I am not. It is, as an adult, it is impossible for me to say that in all circumstances I will tell you the truth, right? That allows me to gain the trust of actual adults. And the same is true of a community where you say, yes, there are in fact lines. I am not going to say that there will not be lines. There are things I will not tolerate. There are a lot of things I will tolerate. And I think that's a major difference between the kumbaya, universalist, everything goes, right? No, Nazis are not welcome. They're just not, right? And being willing to actually draw some lines while at the same time saying, I'm going to try to draw them as broadly as I can. That's an important Bazzani. Oops, I'm sorry. I did not mean to do that. I clicked the wrong thing, and now Bazzani, now his thing got. I'm sorry.
You blocked. You blocked him for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I did not mean to do that. I meant to streamline what he said, which was, Jacob, do these pants make me look fat? Look, this is, we're mostly males in this little corner, and even though I've never been married, I'm going to give you some advice. No, those pants do not make your wife look fat. This is not a question. Ever. They make her look beautiful because she's your wife. And if you don't understand that, you're not being an adult. And so, same thing goes, like people who are scared that this foundation, by becoming explicitly a religious organization which says we have tenets we believe, they're afraid that those tenets are going to be things they don't agree with. Well, I don't know if CW is officially on the board of directors, but it looks like he may be. And if CW can if CW can assent to whatever the statement of beliefs is, and probably Sam's going to be on the board of directors, and he can assent to what it is, and hopefully Chazi or some other Orthodox Jew will be able to be, and he can assent to it. And we're even trying to get Muslims. Yes, we are. And some Muslim can assent to it. Then maybe you can feel comfortable that it's going to be a big enough group to include all of us, yet not include the truly horrible people that, look, I have no problem with cancel culture. I have problems with canceling the wrong people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not on the board, which doesn't exist yet, but I was asked to be on the board.
So are you going to be on the board, CW?
I don't know if I want to get into all that. I have lots of conflicts of interest not least of which being my good friend, being the executive director.
That's fine. That's not a real conflict of interest.
There's a
And
conflict of interest in my openly discussing reservations or criticisms in public.
look,
might be-
no. The fact is, I think most people in our little corner know you and trust you enough, and I do. And look, ultimately, hopefully, Mo is going to be friendly with all the members of the board of directors. That's actually a good thing. We are hopefully going to be a community where we can trust each other, and where people can feel that their values are represented enough on the board of directors that I can trust you and look, it's not easy to trust anyone, and hopefully having a board of directors with multiple people is going to cause more trust as opposed to less trust. It's hard to trust multiple people.
Yeah,
But-
I think seeing it as an all of the above will help a lot. Like the fact that this is the first formal organization to emerge out of this nebulous internet community makes it a lot more complicated. But I mean, if this thing is going to persist at all, it will likely not be the last. So I think, yeah, the weight that people are putting on it is probably far too great at the moment, which is not to say that it's not important or it can't do good things.
Yeah,
But it's not be the be all end all. It's not an attempt to institutionalize this little corner of the internet or something.
No, yeah, I mean, I think this is the organization is similar to Estuary. So there's already a forerunner there, and I think you're right that we should expect multiple things to pop up, and we should embrace that. Because I think you get that hierarchy, you get that steering up that Jacob wants for us to cohere around, but then you still get the benefits of a more network system. And so, yeah, I think it'll be good.
I have to point out how cute it is that Shadow has been sleeping there. Like,
That is
Which likes your tower, huh?
Since when have you had a cat, Jacob?
Since yesterday, 24 hours, 26 hours now.
So, Jacob, I wanted to ask you, have you not seen Homeward Bound?
Homeward Bound.
A Disney film about the animals who heroically journey across the country to get back to their owner who spontaneously left them with someone else.
I left happy with someone.
What?
Yes, I left happy with Aryalev and his brother, and Happy was very happy there. I'm sure she would be happier if I was there, but there are other dogs she's playing with.
Good.
There is Snow, which she seems to love, and I think that was the best thing. And frankly, things since then have kind of made me think it was the best thing. I am going to, in a month or two, go and pick her up because it gets too warm up there for her. But yeah, Happy is on a homestead right now with lots of rodents to run after and snow to play
That's
in.
exactly what happened in Homeward Bound.
Really? I did not see it.
Yeah, I mean, you're walking right into this classic scenario.
The funny thing is, I keep on having to explain how I view my relationship with Happy as some sort of analogy to my relationship with God.
Yeah.
In that Happy oftentimes doesn't understand when I, for example, put her in her kennel or leave her alone or any number of things that I can't explain to her that are the best thing for her. And how much more so is this fallen world which God has created for us, in which he decided to put Satan into it for some reason we can't understand. And it is what it is. And there's an aspect, I mean, I think this whole discussion we've been having for almost 4 hours now goes back to a concept in Judaism called Kabbalat Ol, which is to accept the yoke. There is a yoke of heaven, Y-O-K-E, not Y-O-L-K. And so
Okay.
The verse that's become kind of my motto, Zephaniah 3:9, Chezi alluded to it. Ki az epoch elamim safa barura likro chulam b'shem havaya b'shem echad, right? That therefore I will turn over to the peoples a new language so that all of them can call upon the name of God with one shoulder at that yoke, right? It's you're pulling on the yoke of heavenly kingdom. You're accepting upon yourself to do that which God wants more so than what you want, hopefully, because it's incredibly difficult to know what God wants because we don't understand God. We are human. And that's why, I mean, again, there's a reason why my channel is about teaching Hebrew. Because the more I engage with Protestants, the more I find that it's very, very difficult to go back to the text when you're dealing with different texts. When you don't have the same text, you pull out an NIV and I pull out a KJV. Like, how do we go back to the text? And I do believe that, this is, and amazingly so. I mean, look, this is my testimony. This is my confession of faith, that it is astounding to me that I am seeing the words from definitely at least 2,000 years ago that are in this text coming true. And you can talk about self-fulfilling prophecies all you want, but it is amazing to me that I have somebody like Jonathan coming and saying, "Oh yeah, you're Jewish. I'm going to be a Noahide." How does this happen in this world?
Yeah.
Means Mashiach is coming.
Apparently.
And quick.
I think so too.
Apparently. I mean, look, Zechariah, what is it, 8 something? What is that verse?
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, I think I said it was Jeremiah last time we talked, right?
Yeah, I think it's Zechariah. I think it's
Zechariah.
Like, it's how, like, nobody in Orthodox Judaism ever expected a bunch of former Christians to come up to us and say, we as Gentiles believe that the God of the Jews is the God of the world. We certainly didn't go around teaching people that. And, when Christians ask me about Isaiah 53, my answer is, please tell me how was Jesus silent as a lamb to the slaughter? Where is the silence of Jesus?
In the before the Sanhedrin and before Herod. That's what I always see.
Yeah, it's cute, but it doesn't hold water because obviously he spoke in front of the Sanhedrin and before Herod. The fact is, Isaiah 53, I think very obviously refers to the fact that Israel has been silent for thousands of years, yet here we are.
Yeah, I think it can easily apply to that too. Yeah.
Jonathan, is your story anywhere on Mike Jacobs' channel?
I don't think so.
Why isn't your story anywhere on Jacob's channel?
I just don't think we had had the time to go through that formally. But I'm in your Discord, and ping me anytime. I'll tell you whatever.
Jonathan actually went to Servetus University, believe it or not.
Yep, Calvin. Yeah, it's a small world.
Got it. Yeah.
The university formerly known as Calvin College.
Yeah, it's now Calvin University, and if Jacob gets his way, Servetus, you.
What's the joke there, Jacob?
So my joke is I will rest happy when Calvin University changes its name to Servetus
okay,
University.
sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
It could happen. It could happen. Charlie is doubtful.
I'll make a proposal on CSU Voices. We'll see what they think.
Oh, I would love to hear that discussion. I told Paul I want to see a Truth and Reconciliation Commission inquiry into what happened to Servetus in the CRC.
Yeah, I'll if I have time, I'll dig into that.
You don't have time. I was serious. If you don't bring your grades up, I am going to ban you from my channel.
I believe you, Jacob. You have to be there.
You'll need to show Jacob your transcripts and everything. Like,
no, his mother will let me know. I know.
She said.
So, Charlie, what kind of youth ministry were you gonna do?
Oh, there's just there's a really big campus ministry at my school, and I was just going to be one of the small group leaders. It wasn't going to be like an important position or anything. But.
So is that like a parachurch organization like Campus Crusade or IVCF or something like that?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So you probably won't run into a theological litmus test, or at least, you have a long road to hoe until you got to the point of being disqualified for intellectual reasons, I suspect. But are you worried about that at all?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So is this some kind of like ecumenical group on campus? Like
No.
Public university?
It's basically Baptist, but they don't fit.
Ecumen.
Yeah.
Basically Baptist, but they don't say
non-denominational.
it. Non-denominational. Yeah, that's usually code for Baptist.
For Baptist.
Theology under the covers.
It's the funniest thing. It was the Baptists who started the Messianic Jewish movement,
Yeah.
the Messianic Christian movement,
Yeah.
which started the Noahide movement.
Yeah.
It was the Baptists who created the Noahide movement.
Yeah.
If you read the histories online, it will say that it was the Rebbe, but when it comes down to it, the Rebbe was receptive to the people who, and he was somewhat he was involved in the pushback to Jews for Jesus, but it was the Baptists, I believe it was the SBC, Southern Baptist Convention, which funded the Jews for Jesus movement, and they created these synagogues, which a bunch of Gentiles went to and decided, hey, we like this Jewish thing, and there, it blew up in their face.
There was a Messianic Jew in my high school, my Baptist high school. So wrong direction, but so there was like a hot minute where everybody was into, let's have a Seder and doing all this kind of like Jewish stuff. And then she left the school and nobody really kept up on that. But
now that I think of it, in like 6th, 7th grade at my non-denom Christian school, we did a Seder meal. And we had like the chair for Elijah, and we had the whole thing. And we did that. No hides there.
So I have a theory about why so many Noahide, like ex-Christians, are so bitter, and I think it's because probably we're exposed to the Jewish counter-missionary polemics, right? And so you have Rabbi Singer. Rabbi Skilbeck is much less, I mean, if at all, but like, and then you have some of the other internet famous rabbis who are a little more fire and brimstone-y, and I think that it comes with the territory. So like, because I don't feel
most of those fire and brimstone types, they are playing up to Protestants. They are not accepted within within the Jewish community. And Rabbi Singer, I mean, I hope it's obvious that he doesn't have the he doesn't have the bitterness towards Christianity that I sometimes see. Like, if you watched my discussion with Lee Baker, like, he was unhappy because Singer is not fire and brimstone enough. He's like, why aren't you telling Christians that they're idolaters, right? Mm-hmm. And yes, at the beginning of this video, I kept on calling Trinitarians idolaters. But the fact is, I don't think vast majority of Christians are actually Trinitarian. They don't even know what the word Trinity means. And I have yet to meet someone who can actually describe the Trinity. Well, by now I've met a few people. But Rabbi Singer seems to honestly love Christians, at least these days. When it comes down to it, very few Christians know the Trinity and can describe it in a way that's not heretical to Christianity itself. And to say that such a person is an actual idolater, I don't think that's true. I think vast majority of Christians just don't talk about the Trinity, thank God. And eventually it will, once Christians have to talk about it because of the internet, I am hopeful that it will go away. CW hates the Trinity, right, CW?
No, I actually do identify as Trinitarian, but there's a lot of caveats to
God
that.
have mercy on your soul.
Thank you. There are a lot of caveats to it. So I don't think that you can reify the Trinity or any theoontology. And I also don't think that the Trinity can serve as the central truth proposition underlying the existential Christian religious commitment. It just can't, simply because it would be an anachronism. You have you have hundreds of years of Christianity sans Trinitarian theology to account for. So the move that suggests that the Trinity is the beating heart at the origin of Christianity and which still animates it today is just an untenable claim, in my view.
So Mo, can we get you excommunicated from the CRC?
Good luck. It's hard to excommunicate Latinos from the CRC.
Yeah, good luck. Yeah.
But I mean, Sam might try to push me in that direction. I always tell Sam the tricky thing about Sam and his Unitarianism is, as he describes the persons of the Trinity, he describes them in ways that I've heard Protestant pastors preach. Only they call it Trinitarianism,
right,
in their form. I'm sure somebody would call it, if they actually analyzed it, heresy. But it's just one of those things where it's like, well, if this pastor can describe the same thing and still be considered orthodox, I'll be okay with Sam. I'll just say, white people talk different than we do. So maybe
William Lane Craig has come up with a new Trinity, which I must say, it takes a lot of chutzpah to come up with a new Trinity. And it's very obviously modalist, yet nobody, Esther O'Reilly, Bethel McGrew has been like sounding the alarm that this is modalism, but I don't see very many people rushing to cancel William Lane Craig.
Well, because part of it is that, I mean, it's certainly there's a limitation on language, right? It's like modalism. How do we look at modalism? How do we understand it? It gets really complex, and sometimes it's a slight difference. And I mean, I kind of affirm a lot of what CW was saying. We're trying to make it something that I don't think it was ever meant to be. The Trinity, to a certain degree, as a concept, is to try to help us understand a bit about God's revelation towards us. And I believe it's valid and it's very helpful. But what a lot of people have done with it, like most things, is a way to try to shit on other people.
You heard about Sam's latest excommunication?
Yeah, we talked about it for a bit. I'm not surprised by it, but
yeah.
I mean, I'm not surprised by it, but because I'm cynical and I believe the Trinity causes people to do evil things.
Well, so
Maybe a confirmation bias in there. Maybe.
Well, I mean,
I admit it.
I wonder about the idea of making the Trinity do things it wasn't designed to do, unless we were to go back to Nicaea. And like the Nicene Creed is the big hang up for me when thinking about someone in Sam's position. Because it's like, it seems to me that the fundamental things of Christianity are in that creed, right? And so if I am inclined to want to provide room for Sam's position within Orthodox, small O Orthodox Christianity, but I feel like that would require me to shift small O Orthodoxy off of the Nicene Creed. Because it seems like you can't say that creed if you're not some sort of Trinitarian.
So
I don't think that you have to allow Sam into small O orthodoxy to allow him into a more robust, meaningful form of Christian communion. I think the larger issue is cultivating a differentiated view of the Christian religion.
But
And this is a,
I would want that differentiated view to be within Orthodoxy.
yeah, well, therein which therein which lies the problem that I'm trying to get at here. It's like, is Christianity synonymous with historical orthodoxy? Well, you might want to say yes, but that really kind of quickly becomes problematic from a historical perspective, because as the name historical orthodoxy implies, it is a historical development by which the creedal tradition emerges. Well, emerges from what? If not Christianity, emerges from what?
Okay, so let me throw a wrench in here.
Okay.
My biggest thing with Nicaea and what I've been poking Father Stephen DeYoung about is what was done at Nicaea quite clearly was changing the Paul says, another CRC pastor in the mix. Jacob will be shown the truth. I can rest now.
Thank you,
Paul. What Nicaea very clearly did was divorce the Christian calendar from the Jewish calendar, the date of Easter, right? Now, you ask the vast majority of Christians who go to church on Easter, how do you know today is Easter? They're going
The Bible
to say
tells me
it's
so.
the calendar. That's what the calendar says,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Because that's what the calendar says. Okay, so
I Googled it.
yeah,
I
so,
thought it was all the cardboard bunnies in Target.
Yeah.
That's how I know it.
So and actually the entrance of Eastern Orthodoxy into this conversation has made a lot of people start going, they have a different day for Easter, right?
Oh, they don't call it Easter either. Let's just be clear.
Yeah.
Pascha.
Yeah.
And there's and then there's the old calendarist. I was trying to look up that Bishop Maximus that John Vervaeke is talking to. I'm like, who is this guy? He's an old calendarist. He's part of the true Orthodox Church, which
Genuine.
yes,
Genuine.
which unlike Father Stephen DeYoung did not modernize their calendar like 200 years ago to change the date of Easter, right?
Well, so Jacob, this is a case in point, because if we're going to answer Ken Lowry's question, who we interestingly randomly appeared in your comments section today, but if we're going to answer Ken Lowry's question of, well, what is this Christianity thing anyway? Is there any utility at all in calling ourselves Christian or referring to Christianity per se? If we're ever going to answer that question, we're going to have to cultivate a view which can accommodate the kinds of diversities that you're highlighting.
See, I don't think this is a performative contradiction. Easter, like if Jesus rose from the dead, then the day that you celebrate his rising from the dead is important. And if you cannot tell me what that day on which you celebrate it is and why it is, and when are you going to church on Easter? And if it's because of the calendar, if it's because of what Google decides is the day of Easter, I have to doubt the legitimacy, the theological legitimacy.
Jacob, it gets so much worse than that, though. It gets so much worse than that, because it's not just the significance of when you celebrate the resurrection. It's the question of, can you historically establish the fact of the resurrection? And indeed, if you allow that you can, what, if any, theological import would that have? I mean, it's so much worse. You're really underselling the problematics associated.
I think, okay, first of all, I have to do the correction. I don't know. I mean, I guess at least some Pascha. I know the old calendarists are not happy with how Pascha is celebrated. I think the performative, look, especially in this little corner where we talk about propositional tyranny, right? Ultimately, it comes down to I think it's a very important distinction, and I think it's the crux of the matter right now, which is when
the date of Easter. Ultimately, it comes down to the date of Easter in the liturgical calendar, is what you're saying.
No. Yes, the liturgical calendar, yes. Because the calendar matters.
Yes, I would agree. The calendar matters.
For
But
you,
matters
the Jew,
to what
it
ad.
comes down to the date of Easter. This is
Because
impossible
like,
to me.
you're arguing about the date because it's weird. Like, for example, my grandmother, we never knew when she was born because in Puerto Rico they didn't give very good record keeping. So she kind of and we would celebrate her birthday twice because she thought, I think I was born on the 12th and the 15th. And by me not knowing when my grandmother was born, does that mean I don't believe in my grandmother existed, or that I ought not to celebrate her life, or that my celebration is less valuable or valid? It's like, no, it's that I have no idea, but she was very important to my family and a lot of it to the parenting of my mother. And so I do think it's problematic that nobody knows anything about the date of Easter outside of being able to Google it. For a lot of Protestants, the liturgical calendar has disappeared in any form, or has been reduced to Christmas and bunny time. But yeah, I there's two extremes there. There's the getting rid of it completely or putting way too much emphasis on it.
Yeah.
Well, I am glad Christians are not murdering each other over the date of
Not anymore. Well,
anymore.
They would if they could, Jacob.
Yeah, but and I have to say I do have an ulterior motive for bringing all this up, because Nicaea was when Christians decided that they would deliberately no longer use the Jewish calendar.
Right.
And my question to Christians remains: what motivated that divorce from Judaism, and is that a legitimate divorce that you want to subscribe to?
Look, I think there's an analogy to the Trinity in there, because I think the best thing I have ever heard on the Trinity was a former president of Union Theological Seminary in New York said it wasn't something that solved any problem. It was, in fact, a codification of the problem. And I think that's absolutely right. But so the Trinity in Christian thought, it serves an important function for Christian thought. It distinguishes it from other kinds of theism, and yes, not least of which Judaic monotheism. And that's part of the historical function of the creedal tradition. I mean, it just is. So, I mean, I think you're right. Like, I don't think that the primary motive was to legitimate Christianity in the face of the more superior testimony of rabbinic Judaism or something. I don't think that was on the minds of the framers of the creedal tradition, but I do think that you're viewing it from that perspective is not far off, because there is a motive to distinguish and preserve the uniqueness of the Christian view of God.
But I think I'm sympathetic to Jacob's point of you don't have to change the calendar to do that. And I'm very excited by the conversation that Jacob and Father Stephen are having about bringing Judaism and Christianity closer together. I mean, so close to the point where it seems like the only disagreements are who the Messiah is and our conception of how the hypostases of God work. And I mean, those are notable. I'm not going to downsize those differences, but that does seem to make room for the conception that Judaism and Christianity are maybe under the same umbrella of religion, but just the different sects of that umbrella. And I feel like that is more true to the way the Bible and the New Testament talks about how Christians should be related, how Gentiles should be related to Jews, and how the Christian tradition is to relate to the Jewish tradition. I think that the separation that Jacob is describing in Nicaea, and his question of, do you want that distinction? I think my answer is no. In reevaluating the creedal tradition and its consequences is certainly part of maintaining a differentiated view. And indeed, I think that such a view would assist in that effort. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think to be clear, from my own Christian standpoint, I don't see any of the extant Abrahamic faiths enjoying a First Nations status. So I think that we are all beneficiaries of this common Hebraic inheritance. And at least, certainly, I'll speak for myself as a Christian. I think it would be the height of hubris to suggest that somehow Christian theology in all its complexity and specificity is the necessary endpoint of that rich Hebraic tradition.
Yeah, that's because we're right and you're wrong.
Yeah, you wouldn't dare.
Yeah, the Hebrews never thought that before in the Bible either, right?
Look, if you're talking about the Hebraic tradition, I can suggest you read it in Hebrew.
I'm working on it,
So
okay?
modern Judaism is a contemporary
I will definitely
of
tutor
Christianity.
you. That's something Christians tell themselves. It's an excuse Christians give themselves.
Wait, hold on. What did you say, CW? You were cut off for me.
I think rabbinical Judaism, historically speaking, is a contemporary of Christianity. That's not to say that they're equally legitimate. Like I've already said, that I don't think anybody has a monopoly on claiming the Hebraic tradition. So I'm not claiming that for myself.
I am.
And I will say that on the face of it, I think it is much more plausible that Judaism could make such a claim than Christianity.
Yep.
So I'm willing to even go that far.
Problem.
I think
that's
I don't think it is. I don't think they have more of a claim. I think it's the same thing. Like if I say I know myself, I know how I think. It's like maybe, or maybe I'm completely delusional about what I think. The only way I can know that, I mean, it's again is there's a lot of this little corner talks about knowledge requiring other people to be involved, so I would say that there's potential that both sides don't know what they're talking about, and that's why I think the idea of the conversation between the two is important.
Right, but for me, what is clear is either both Christianity and Judaism are wrong, or Christianity is wrong and Judaism is right. I don't see any place where both Christianity and Judaism are right, or Judaism is wrong and Christianity is right.
Possibly, because I mean, this comes up along the idea with Catholicism and Protestantism too, is that if, as a Christian perspective would say it, Christ is telling the Jews of the time, your interpretation was wrong. And if Christ was correct in saying that they were wrong, then they continued on in that error, so to speak. At least that's my understanding. I'm not trying to claim that as factual. I'm saying if.
Now you're talking. Okay, now you're talking about something, and this is what. So I actually wanted to bring up earlier with CW was when he talks about the German historical revisionism of Christianity that's still rippling through Christianity. The fact is, the Dead Sea Scrolls over the past 20 years have been shocking the Christian world for those who are paying attention to them, which is not a lot of people. And that's why I am constantly talking about certain scholars, James Tabor, Robert Eisenman, John Bergsma, and Father Stephen DeYoung. So Bergsma is a Catholic scholar, Tabor is a Protestant scholar, and Eisenman is kind of Jewish, comes from a Jewish background. And Father Stephen DeYoung is obviously a Eastern Orthodox. And all of these are integrating what we learned from the Dead Sea Scrolls into their particular tradition. They seem to be trying to understand it, right? And what has happened with Tabor as the Protestant, coming from a Protestant point of view, is he is no longer recognizably Christian. And as far as I can tell,
You mean because he's too Jewish? I'm assuming.
No, have you been paying attention to Tabor?
Well, no, I just mean, what do we mean by recognizably Christian?
His version of his understanding of Christianity is something that he himself no longer calls Christianity. And because of the fundamental premises of Protestant theology, that we want to go back to what Jesus taught and what we have learned from the Dead Sea Scrolls, it is unraveling his Protestantism. I highly recommend paying attention to James Tabor.
Because Protestants being unraveled, pay attention to them all.
Go ahead, Mark.
No. But he's not unraveling. He's not unraveling as in
he's unraveling in the way that that you like.
He's unraveling in trying to understand the Dead Sea Scrolls, which I think Protestants have no choice but to do.
In what way? Like, what is it about the Dead Sea Scrolls that's
most taking the bait? Most taking the bait. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just like, claims are being made, and I need to know about what those claims are, because right now it's just claims.
Right. So
always making claims.
It goes back to the historical idea of, okay, so what was Jesus doing? What was Jesus saying? What were the other people at the time of Jesus? Like, what was the discussion? Acts 21 really is very central to this. What was going on when James says to Paul, all of these Christian believers are zealous for the law, right? What exactly did that mean? And from the Dead Sea Scrolls, the story that for a good 400 years Protestants have been telling themselves is no longer tenable. It's just not tenable. And that's, I mean, yes, I have an agenda in wanting Christians to face up to what happened there, because it is incredibly faith affirming. And so when I was at the estuary in Sacramento, somebody asked me a really interesting question. She said, would you be pointing out that study? It was a particular study I had done, scientific study, if it had the opposite result. And I have to wonder, like, I can say that I would. I cite studies that confirm what I believe, but I would like to believe. And so it's funny, like reading one of the Dead Sea Scrolls did in fact change my entire conception of how I looked at the Mishnah and the Talmud. But to my incredible surprise, it changed it in the opposite way that I thought it would, which is, and which people would expect, because I always thought that the Mishnah was superimposing its view, like was anachronistically, the Mishnah is like 200 years after Jesus. I thought it was anachronistically describing the Second Temple period in a way of, oh, like if I'm talking about 200 years ago, I may be anachronistically like retelling the story in the frame of things I understand, but that's not exactly what happened. And what's happened to me is that, and I'm not the only one. I mean, there are scholarly treatments of this. The Second Temple is far more like the Mishnah and the Talmud describe it than I ever imagined. Like reading 4Q MMT, which is one of the scrolls. 4Q means Qumran K4. Like, I was shocked. It reads like a Mishnaic text. And it was, so the entire environment in which Jesus and acts and everything, so you have to reinterpret, especially if you're a Protestant, and you have to reinterpret based on what you're seeing in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And that's why I do see an unraveling in the Protestants who take the Dead Sea Scrolls seriously. And that's why James Tabor, like, he's not just a deconstructing Protestant. He's a believing Protestant who has looked at the Dead Sea Scrolls and applied Protestantism. And I'm not saying you can't apply your religious priors. I think Eisenman was applying his Jewish priors in his interpretation of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Bergsma, from everything I've listened to him, he's using his Catholic priors to interpret the Dead Sea Scrolls. Same thing with Father Stephen. I think he's using his Eastern Orthodoxy. Well, the thing is, he actually came from a CRC background, right? But I think he ended up in Eastern Orthodoxy partially because of the Dead Sea Scrolls. I mean, I haven't talked to him about this. I'm not saying that he said that. But the Dead Sea Scrolls are a bombshell, I believe, in Protestant theology.
I still don't understand. I still don't understand what you mean by that. Like, what about Protestant theology, if there is something
Okay, so
consistent
Acts
about
21.
Protestant theology,
So
would be problematic?
So Acts 21, right? So in Acts 21, Paul comes to Jerusalem,
Mhm.
and James says to him, these people have been told that you have been teaching Jews not to circumcise their children. And in order to prove that this is not true, you should bring sacrifices to the temple as for these Nazarites, right? So the question becomes, what was going on there? What was going on there? Was Paul, some people, their understanding, and a lot of Protestants for a very long time, their understanding was Paul failed to challenge James when James was wrong and say to him, yes, Jews should no longer circumcise their children. For a very long time, for a good 2,000 years, Christians, if and when a Jew converted to Christianity, would say, you should eat pork. You should in fact not circumcise your children, right? So is that how you read Acts 21? Did Paul fail to teach the truth in the face of James? Or how people are trying to, yeah, Jacob's favorite text is Acts 21. I keep on going back to it. And Acts 15. Or was Paul in accord, and this is what N.T. Wright is trying to understand with Paul, new perspectives of Paul, right? Or is actually the fact that Paul, no, in fact, he never taught that Jews should stop circumcising their children. And if that is true, then you're going to have serious problems with the Institutes of Calvin. CW?
Oh, was that to me?
Yes, not CW.
I was kind of zoning out. a little bit.
CW
Yeah, I
is
mean,
not
I do this myopic fixation on Acts 21. Let's like maybe if Grim Grizz was here, he'd call it Acts 21 gate or something. But the idea that there's this great scandal at the heart of New Testament Christianity in light of the Dead Sea Scrolls is just to ignore the cottage industry that is publishing white papers on all of these documents and their implications for early Christian studies. I mean, there is nothing even approximating a consensus on the question of the historical Jesus, never mind Second Temple Judaism, the environment in which, as I said earlier, both Christianity and rabbinical Judaism as we know it today emerge, which is part of why I agree with you. That's why it's so important. But to breathlessly suggest that, somehow there is a smoking gun that resolves all of those issues, I think is just demonstrably false. I'm glad that you're enthusiastic about it and that it's reaffirmed your faith.
Well, no, the thing is, I mean, I honestly believe that the Dead Sea Scrolls, the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls, is an open miracle. I believe that it is a revelation from God.
Well, so Jacob, just to drill in a bit more with Moses, with where Moses was going, right? So, I guess this is just a question then. is what you're suggesting that the Dead Sea Scrolls seem to suggest that early Christians had a zealotry for the law?
If I'm understanding you correctly, the Dead Sea Scrolls help us understand the context in which Jesus and Paul operated.
Right. Okay.
And
So-
help us understand it in a way that is not congruent with how
Right.
with how Martin Luther and John Calvin understood it.
Okay, so what about, or what in the Dead Sea Scrolls affirms the perspective that Paul was submitting to James? Because you didn't cite the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay. So when James says we here are all zealous for the law,
Yeah.
the traditional understanding of Christians
Yeah.
was that there were several sects, one of which was the Pharisees.
Yeah.
And when James said they were zealous for the law, all of them, right? Then they weren't necessarily adhering to the Pharisaic understanding or the Sadducee understanding or the Essene understanding, or right, that there was a multiplicity, and within that multiplicity, the James and that community was one community.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And that understanding was not so dramatically different from Paul's, that Paul needed to definitely confront it, because Paul says to the Jew as one under the law and all that, right? So this was the understanding that they had.
Yeah.
And what we found through specifically 4QMMT. So what is 4QMMT? Paul says zealous for the law means not nominal. So 4QMMT was a letter from the leader of the Qumran community to the leaders of the temple, which were Sadducees.
Okay.
Okay, so we have Essenes writing a letter to the Sadducees,
True. Okay.
and it reads like a Pharisaic text.
But okay.
Okay, so that tells us what the contours of the debate were.
True.
The contours of the debate were far more within Pharisaic Judaism. The Sadducees and the Essenes were far closer to Pharisaic Judaism than anybody, including me, thought was at all true.
Okay. Okay.
And so what zealous for the law means it can't be what Martin Luther and John Calvin thought zealous for the law.
Well, so I would say it could be, but that the existence of 4QMMT provides more justification to the perspective that James's community was within that point, because you could hypothesize that the Christian community in Jerusalem came up with a distinct perspective from the four parties of Judaism. You could argue that.
You could argue that, but then the question becomes, how does James say, oh, like here we are in Jerusalem, zealous for the law. We're not having any trouble. These people have trouble with you because you're saying something different.
And this is just me reading like Martin Luther, right? Because I think I'm more inclined to agree with you. But I think how someone in the tradition of Martin Luther would read that is, and I can pull you another text to support this, is that James is saying, oh, Paul, all of these Jews are upset with you. You need to cover your ass. Right? Right? That's what it was. And to support that, because I think you also, because I'm having trouble fitting this passage in with your perspective, or with N.T. Wright's perspective, is when Paul encounters Timothy for the first time, and he's about to bring him out on a missionary trip, and he says, "Oh, let's get you circumcised, so that you're so well." We don't know for what reason, because you could read it as so that you're in line with Jewish law, or you could read it as so that you're not offensive to the Jews that we're going to preach to.
All right. Well, Jacob's starting to get me to doubt my faith, so I need to go have dinner before I end up converting.
I'm right there with you, Moses.
All right. Love you guys.
Yeah.
And I better go soon.
Yeah.
I better go soon because I have to. I have homework I have to do. And if my grades don't hold up because of you, Richard, then I'm definitely gonna boot you from my channel.
All right.
Bazzani says retconning James Jesus as Orthodox rabbinic Jews again. Smile.
I feel like Luther would be the one retconning.
Well, I would agree. Ultimately, okay. I don't think we're gonna settle this.
Yeah.
But yeah, the circumcision of Timothy is a real question. It's a serious question,
Yeah.
and it's a serious question, which is why people are talking about new perspectives of Paul and Paul within Judaism.
Yeah.
I can't say that if you seriously start pulling on those strings, you're definitely going to end up where James Tabor does. I am not aware of any Protestant who has seriously looked into the Dead Sea Scrolls, tried to make a coherent, well, no, I guess N.T. Wright would be it, has been trying to make a coherent a coherent Protestant view of it. But again, I mean...
But he has to change the traditional perspective. At least the traditional Protestant perspective.
At the very least, certainly nobody's... Like, the old perspectives people...
Yeah.
It's funny, I went to John MacArthur's church...
Okay.
And they gave me a book, and I sat in the sermon, and I was like, "Why is he talking about the Talmud so much?" And I go back to my office, and I crack open the book, and it's like he's just railing against Judaism. Like, why is he railing about Judaism? And I looked at the date, and the book was rather recent, and once I read 4QMMT, I was like, oh, he's wrestling with the Dead Sea Scrolls. That's what's going on.
Interesting.
And look, yes, I admit this perfectly fits in with all my priors in ways. Actually, no, it doesn't. because I'll tell you, fitting in with my priors would be like me being like, oh, there's nothing new, and it has been making me more of an Orthodox Jew to look into this stuff, because it is very surprising to me.
Yeah.
I am not kidding when I say when I read 4QMMT, like my jaw was open. And I messaged Yosef. I'm like, have you read this? And I had my discussion with Sam about it, because this is shocking stuff to me. Yeah. And no, 4QMMT is not widely known yet. It was not published until it's been published within the last 20 years. Yeah. It's been reconstructed within the last 20 years from several fragments. Yeah. And look, I do feel like I live in messianic, apocalyptic times, that there is revelation in ways that wasn't before. And I mean, how can you look at the Noahide movement and say no?
Yeah.
Okay, so if the I mean, it's like I said, like, to me, I feel like there is almost certainly a polemical component to what you're saying. I'm not equipped to discuss the particulars of the historical artifacts that you're referring to. However, I am pretty confident that the divergence between Christianity and Judaism is basic enough that we don't need new textual discoveries to make sense of it. That's not to say that new textual discoveries will not shed light on it. However, this great divorce between people who were themselves Jewish and at some point no longer could be called Jewish. That is a drama that runs through the New Testament itself. I mean, so that's at the heart of Christianity. And so I do think that, it makes sense from your perspective, viewing Christianity as an apostate, something like, that maybe rises to the level of Jewish heresy, maybe not even that dignified, right? I can see how, from your perspective, pushing that pain point within Christian thought as to the murky nature of its origins, let's say, has, tremendous value. But I would even charge Christians to take the history seriously, because we can't maintain that there is a historical revelation of God if we ignore the findings of history as it relates to our own religious tradition. And this is that thing I was alluding to before about the Christian intellectual tradition has yet to absorb the past 200 years of historical critical scholarship, never mind fucking what you're talking about. So I mean, I agree with you insofar as
But CW, okay, but don't you see that there is a fundamental difference between how a Protestant is going to view evidence of what the environment was during the life of Paul and Jesus than a Catholic or Eastern Orthodox who isn't trying to, in a sense, go back to the church as it was constituted in the year 90?
Yeah, you mean in the sense that, like the old, Roman adage that the early church was like the seed, and the church is now like the oak tree. So why would one expect them to look the same at all? In fact, we would expect that they would look very different, right?
But Protestants often do expect it to look the same.
Well, this is where I'm a little bit different because, while it is true that, and I've heard Paul wax eloquently about this restorationism within Protestant thought.
Yeah.
So yeah, there is this ethic or deep-seated kind of longing, let's say, to return to the source. And that's fair. However, I would say that is existentially a longing that lies at the heart of all religious philosophy, ultimately.
Yes.
Is a longing for what the Greeks called the arche, the origin. And so, yes, it's true that we long to return to where we came from. And whether that's the Garden of Eden or the arche that stands at the base of being and constitutes the basis for the cosmos, or for a Christian, the living creator God who is love personified in the historical Jesus Christ, I think all religious philosophy longs for a return to the source. And are there particular problematics with Protestant theology, let's say like certain atonement theories? In that restorationism as it relates to virgining early Christian studies, absolutely there is. But again, there is no decisive smoking gun that resolves all of these historical problematics or the theological divergences that result from their complex development. And I think it would be disingenuous to suggest that there is.
No,
But
it's
let me
not
give you
disingenuous.
let me
I
give you-
am not being disingenuous, CW. I suggest
Oh,
that
I didn't say you. I didn't say you.
Well,
no, you said it's disingenuous to suggest that there is, and I definitely suggest that there is.
Oh, okay. Well, that is disingenuous.
Well,
No,
but
I am not being disingenuous.
No,
I
but-
sincerely believe that if people take the Dead Sea Scrolls seriously, and I think they should, that it will in fact change their view of Christianity in important ways
Sure, but the
towards
problem-
Judaism.
But the reason it's disingenuous, Jacob, is because it's not just the Dead Sea Scrolls. In other words, there is no singular data point that's going to tip the scale as to what constitutes Christianity, what constitutes Judaism, what constitutes Second Temple Judaism. John P. Meyer, who's a Roman Catholic scholar, wrote a magisterial work on historical Jesus scholarship called A Marginal Jew, said, the dirty secret in early Christian studies and New Testament studies is really how little we know about the Pharisees. It's how little we know. And actually, that's an interesting convergence because Christians want to know the milieu from which the living creator God who is love personified in history, just like Jews want to know.
Yes, I've heard
where
your
their
creed.
own religious commitments and
What do
traditions
you call your
emerge.
creed? What, is it the Weeks Creed or is it the
What's that?
Minnesotan Creed?
Is this a creed? What creed?
The living creator God who is personified in the person of Jesus.
Who is
Uh,
what?
Yeah, the living creator God who is love personified in the historical Jesus Christ. I personally think that's the most succinct summation of Christianity and its
Charlie
exclusive
likes this creed.
Yeah.
and its exclusive truth proposition. And interestingly, this was important to me. So I met Sam in Chicago just when you did, I think, Jacob, the same time you did.
It was the first time I'd met him in real life. Yes.
Same with me. And I asked him outside of that conversation where you actually proposed all this stuff that has now emerged now about Jethro and the need for organization and the tens and the et cetera, et cetera. But outside of that meeting, when we were unceremoniously kicked out because the poor person that the church lent us didn't want to be there all night. So when we were milling around in the parking lot, I asked Sam if he could affirm that statement of Christian truth, the living creator God who is love personified in the historical Jesus Christ. That's deliberately vague. It's deliberately non-theological. In other words, that's not the doctrine of the incarnation. In my view,
personified. I mean, okay, you're
not a technical term. Not a technical term. So,
but it is for no. The Trinitarians use the word person in a very different way.
Absolutely. If you're going to elaborate anything flowing from that, you will need to employ technical language. You will need to develop a theoretical. But the point is, I've spent years asking the question: is there a there? What is the essence of Christian truth? And you might say that's a hubristic question to ask, but it's an important question. Is there some existential commitment? It's not a creed per se, because it is independent of theoretical development. Indeed, it is that which inspires and motivates that theoretical development.
Okay.
And yes, I came to believe that something like the living creator God who is love personified in the historical Jesus Christ is that which best accounts both historically and philosophically for the development of this queer community of Jews who began to worship this marginal Jew. The formulation of that community into a church.
Okay,
which would
CW, you're going to have to start your own channel to expound on this.
The point is that Sam said we could affirm that is the point.
Because we've hit 5 hours and I have homework that I do have to do.
This is too much Christian preaching for your anti-Christian polemic.
No, I would love for you to come back, and I keep on inviting you on the channel.
Now, Jacob, I keep saying, if you pay the $4,000, I too could be an administrator, and I could just keep this going for another 10 hours.
You could, in fact, yes. But I am going to end the broadcast by saying that I too have a unique proposition, which is that Torah tziva lanu Moshe marsha kehilat Yaakov, that Moses taught us the Torah as an inheritance for the congregation of Jacob, and I am pretty much going to leave it at that and end the broadcast, unless Charlie wanted to say something or Richard had something final to say.
I did, but
nope. Okay.
Hold on. I did. I just wanted to provide, because CW was talking about how a large motivation for your perspective on the Dead Sea Scrolls is to confirm your perspective. I wanted to say that investigating the Dead Sea Scrolls as it applies to this topic does have a lot of practical ramifications for how Christians interact with Jews. And I think that's really important for the Christian camp as well. And I think that's why NT Wright and all of those guys are doing the work they're doing, because it's like the fact that Christianity is moving towards Judaism isn't necessarily taking anything away from Christianity. If anything, it's making it more in line with Judaism, such that we can have some discussion on who the Messiah is, how we can relate to one another in a more harmonious way.
Well, I would really love to add a little addendum to that too. Like in the interest of, which I hope is in the spirit with your channel, Jacob. Like in the interest of rooting out the ugly history of anti-Semitism in Christian theology. Another name
You would have to
that
get rid of the fourth gospel.
Well, that's very interesting. But another name.
You said you would keep all of them.
There's so much I can say about that. But another name I think people should know, in addition to N.T. Wright, on this whole question of how Christians should view their theology and perhaps even approach Jews. And let me say, like, my answer is with fucking humility. But in any case, a name that people should know is Brevard Childs. He wrote an excellent book, The Struggle for a Christian Understanding of Isaiah as Scripture. It's the struggle for understanding Isaiah as Christian Scripture, excuse me. Brevard Childs. And the operative phrase there is struggle, because it is that. And Christians need to acknowledge that shit and stop acting as if that's the smoking gun for Jews.
Okay. I am going to end it there with CW throwing F-bombs as usual.